Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love,
Good morning, gamers. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. I was ready. I was like, let's get this show on the road. I'm really excited about playing this game that we're playing today. Um Cozy Sunday streams are good and I needed it. For those of you that were around, tourney yesterday, the time trials was very, very stressful and eventful, and I was up for a long time thinking about it, processing it, dealing with it. So I was up until 3:30, playing games. Though I had my gamers that had my back, came to chat, took my mind off it. My duo Loftus, my Jill, my gamers on the on my street on my comp team, Die for Cheese. Uh, for those of you that didn't know, we played a turning game yesterday. Our survivor match was rough, but we got a good result. Nonetheless, we managed to do 4 gens, and then our killer, God of IQ, stepped in and put on a phenomenal performance. I think the survivors got 1 gen done, maybe 2. It looked like we were going to advance to the next round. We were celebrating in chat, and then we got held up by one of the moderators from the tourney team that informed us that there was a problem, something with the rules, and something that was interpreted wrongly, something that should have been played differently. And Slay and Chucky Enjoyer from the other team. Slay was on my team. They got together with the mods, and the outcome of the solution was that we all had to replay our games. If it hadn't been stressful enough already, we had to go in again, redo our game, and we didn't do as well the second round. I could speak for myself. The nerves definitely got to me. Um, we 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 uh, we tried with the best of our ability. I died on the hatch with no hooks. Most miserable feeling in the world. Um, and then Mike, our killer god of IQ, had to go in and prevent any gens to pop. Like, that was the objective. That was the win con. And for a good 6-7 minutes, it looked 6-7, like that was happening. He was absolutely killing it. I was like watching this in awe with how his ability to lock in, do what he needs to do as a killer. His predictions of where survivors going in chase, where people are going on the map, are so insane. For a good 6 minutes, it looked like we had a chance to get it, and then they popped a gen, which means we lost the round. So it was very hectic. We were very disappointed. We were all celebrating just like 40 minutes before that, and then we didn't end up going to the next round. The other team did amazing. Like, it's nothing to do with the fact that we had to go again or that it wasn't fair. Not at all. It's just as an experience. You guys know I get stressed over these things. But I want to put myself out there and meet new people and do these experiences. But yeah, it was so much for me to deal with. So I ended up doing some editing yesterday. I was gaming a little bit. Preparing for next week, we have the Games 8 collab. It's I'm very honored that I was asked. I was approached for this collab. So we're gonna try some new games next week, and it's gonna be the Steam sale, and any cozy and wholesome games that get bought in the Steam sale, any of the collaborating games that get bought next week, a portion of that will go to charity. So I've got a whole week planned to work on that. We're starting tomorrow. I have a little image prepared. The pin message at the top of the chat guys a little description and takes you to that page. So I'm looking forward to that. And So I worked on that and then ended up scrimming with my comp team, my Diverties team, which was really good. We did some interestingly, we ended up on Vecna sets on Ormond, which was the set that I had to play on the tourney yesterday. I was like, why am I doing this again? We played some Pinhead sets on Glenville, and some Dracula on Wretched Shop. Which was good to take my mind a little bit off things, and after that just like chill and play some DBD public games and some Marvel Rivals as well, which I hadn't played in more than a month. So that was it was nice to get to that as well. Let's see who we have here. Some early Sunday birds. Timebo with the first. Congratulations. Let's go. Good morning. And good morning, Dahlia. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for second. Congratulations on getting second, Dahlia. Yeah, I robbed you guys. So I have to start up the tool, the Mix It Up tool. And I always open it, but then I have to log in, and I don't always remember to log in. And if I don't log in, that doggo treat does not go through. So luckily enough, I could turn off the redeems that you'd already done, and we redid it. It's wonderful. It was solved. Dahlia, thank you so much for the 30 stream streak. Let's go. That's huge. Fabio, enjoy your doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Lurking while I garden a little. Got adults sometimes. I mean, your garden is like wonderful. So get to work. Make it look even better. Thank you. Of course. Congrats. Yes, good. So let me see. Today I'm playing a demo of a new game. Moomin Troll, I was on the PR list for this. The demo is available to anyone and everyone to play. It's not a streamer privilege or anything. If you want to dive into this demo after the stream, if you like it, you can go check out the demo. I think the release of the game, I don't want to give any false information here, is April 27. King's Day for our Dutchies, if you want to remember. Do you know Moomin? Timebone, you're stealing taste today to help me in your garden. Let's good idea. If the weather is nice, or at least if it's dry, I don't think it's gonna rain again this week. That's a nice thing to do together, right? Nice activity, nice Sunday morning situation. That's nice. Okay, let's see game audio. Hold on. You had to buy a new computer mouse because your left mouse button stopped working on Friday? No. Were you able to get something in real quick? Do we have audio? Hello, Kavi. Good morning. Or happy time zone anyway. It's morning here. I don't know if it's for you. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. You got it yesterday. It's all good now? Okay, good. Yeah, that's important. Hi, Patrick. Hi. Good morning. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. It's 4 a.m. Okay. So, yeah, it's 10 here. So you're East Coast, I want to say. NA. Well, I suppose good morning, yeah. Thanks, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Hope you're having a lovely morning so far. Yes, I was saying earlier, I had a rough day yesterday with the tournament. It's more so about I get stressed. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in, Kavi. Late with the dance on the Sunday already. What we doing? Why do I have an amazing Glenny emote here. Hold on, I gotta give this up over at Glenny's yesterday. We dance on Sundays. Yeah, rough day yesterday in the tournament. I get very stressed because I take it very seriously. I'm a very serious person. So I get worked up over these things. But I ended up being able to discuss it with my gamer friends that looked after me. And yeah, we're good now. It was a short night. I only slept for 5 hours, but maybe I'll get a chance to catch up on sleep tonight. We're gaming today anyway. We'll see how long we go. We're gonna do this Moomin Troll demo first. I started it a week and a half ago. I played maybe 3 minutes, and it just really felt like a good Sunday game. So I was like, I'm doing this on Sunday stream. So I ended the demo right there and then, and now we're here. We're gonna play. We're gonna go through it together. So I'm gonna start from scratch again. So I know a little bit, but like I said, it was 3 minutes. When I was going in. Oh, now we don't have the game thing here. We have sound, it's good. Go driving and stop texting. Don't text and drive. Like you, Lake, do you, I mean, you're the responsible driver among us, right? Driving the trucks for a living. You are on your way? Good, good, good. Leave it to the professional. Okay, okay, so you're a professional. That's fine. Then it's fine. Pot kettle. Dahlia knew. Dahlia knew what I meant. Pot verwijt de ketel dat hij zwart ziet. You don't drive, but text. Ah, I mean, that works. Oh, look at this game, guys. It's so cute. Look at this. Hi, Coffee. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Welcome in. Okay. But, Moomin Mama, why do we have to sleep for so long? Enter? Oh. That's the way it's always been with us Moomin trolls. When winter comes along, we rest. Okay, they're hibernating. Moomin Mama, and when we wake up, spring is back and everything will look like before. Will be like before. I'll make you breakfast. Moomin Papa will be getting the house ready. And your best friend will come back from his winter travels. Ha! Snufkin! Snufkin's their best friend. Passenger princess. Good. Good night, Moomin Troll. See you in spring. Yeah, me too. When me and my husband go somewhere, he usually drives now as well. Oh, they're dreaming. You know this game, Tango? You said Moomin before. Oh. Ha! Snufkin? Ha! Moomin Mama? Moomin Papa? Oh. Anyone? New quest. What's that sound? Find your way out of the bedroom. Open quest log. Press I for quest log. Okay. Now? Oh. What's that sound? A strange sound is coming from the hallway. Let's hope it's nothing sinister. Find your way out of the bedroom. You love Moomin. I don't know the game, but I do know the old cartoons. How do I... Oh, okay. Huh. That's interesting. Was I supposed to play this on controller? I think so. Hold on. It's too dark. I don't dare touch it. I should find some sort of light. Okay, hold on. I think this is controller. Because this is not... There we go. This is better. What's this? No. Matches. I'm only supposed to light them when Moomin Mama or Moomin Papa is around. But surely this counts as an emergency. Sure. Press X to strike. Oh, this is not this. These buttons aren't the same. Okay. Ha! A doorknob. I should try it on the door. Anything else that I'm missing here? I don't think so. Moomin Mama, Moomin Papa, are you awake? Ooh. What's that sound? That was a window. Investigate the strange sound. Light. That's better. The hallway looks like its good old familiar self now. What in the horror movement is this? Horror movement. No wonder it's so noisy. The window has blown open. I should close it. Quest complete. What's that sound? Okay. It's I mean, it's lonely, but surely it's not horror. There will be any jump scares, right? I thought we were doing cozy, wholesome games today. I should check what's going on downstairs. Okay. Ha! Moving mama, moving papa, rise and shine. Yeah, they're hibernating. Oh. Cold. The other windows are probably open as well. No wonder it's freezing. I wonder who opened them. What's here? The bathroom is blocked. The wind must have knocked the shelf over. That's better. Still cold though. Oh. Note to self, go to bed earlier. What did you do, Coffee? Did you have something yesterday? Oh no, Moment Mama's precious vase. The wind must have knocked it over. I should find all the pieces before she wakes up. Oh, I just went out of the door. Oh. I found a piece of the vase. Strong wind. This place is a mess. You went to bed about 4 AM? Yeah, you and me both. Yeah, it was a short night. How can I reach... Oh! Window. That should be the last one. Okay. Sniffle, sniffle? Who's sniffling? Cough? Poor Moment Papa. He might catch the Moomin flu. The basement furnace? I should check if it's on. Oh. If only it wasn't in the basement. Nah, it is horror. I found the vase piece. Oh, 1 of 25? Here's a piece of Moomin Mama's precious vase. I hope the wind hasn't scattered the rest too far away. There's no way to tell. I feel you, yeah. Okay. Oh, this is the basement, I think, down here. Do I go down? Why not? I'm feeling adventurous. I don't like dark basements at night. No, it's not good, is it? Okay, this is back up. Oh. How many matches do you guys think I have? Ah, furnace. Yes, make it warm. So it's time for coffee and Red Bull. Feeling like a zombie right now. Did you at least do something fun? Were you gaming? Just a few embers left. I need more firewood. Moomin Papa usually leaves some lying around here. It's so dark here, I need a light to find it. Collect firewood. Light! Yes. Firewood. Yes. Y to open inventory. Okay, that's top. Okay, this is inventory. I can't make a proper fire with just this. Better find the rest of the firewood. Okay, that makes sense. Trapdoor basement too. Ah, that was wood. That was wood as well. Someone did a 12-hour stream for their birthday. It was so fun. Time was flying. Oh, that's cool though. And the and the fact that you got to spend time with them makes a 12-hour stream so much easier to do, Coffee. So good to hear though that it was fun. What were they playing? Oh. Okay, I've got 5 wood. I don't think I've seen any of the shards for the vase here. There, that should warm things up. Okay. Oh, still some noise. What's that sound, Moomin Mama? Are you awake? She's probably making breakfast. I don't think so, buddy. Investigate the sound. There was nothing else to do here, I don't think. Okay, we're going back up. What's this? Ha! Moomin Mama's old silver tray, nicely polished and pretty as ever. Moomin Mama's jam? What's happened here? Oh, it fell! Oh, that wasn't there before. Someone's making a mess. There's still... Oh, footsteps? Jam. Follow the jam trail. Oh. They're still sleeping. Oh! You're suggesting it's blood because of the horror Moomin troll stream. They're still sleeping? Then who made that noise? It's coming from upstairs. Didn't I just come from upstairs? No, I just... Downstairs, okay. Wait, isn't there a... I mean, I'm just gonna go up. I don't know. Oh! Jeepers! The ladder fell down. Is someone up there? Would you have checked, Timebone? Be honest. Oh. I have tea as well. So it's good. Squirrel. Nope, never. Smart girl. Where am I? Okay, I'm here. It was just a squirrel. I must have scared it. I should see if it's alright. Antics in the attic. Quest complete. Squirrel quest. Follow the squirrel. I find a face piece. Hold on. Anything here? Highways, good morning. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Hold on. I thought I gave you... Oh, sorry for that, guys. I thought I did auto shoutouts for you yesterday. I did not. I'm a flop. Okay, sorted. I've never been outside in the nighttime before, and certainly not in the cold. What about the poor squirrel? Come on, Moomin Troll. Nothing to worry about. ... It's just the great outdoors. Here goes. Nothing? Waze, good morning. How are you? Happy Sunday. How's your weekend going? Any gaming planned or done? Ooh. This weekend? What's this? What's happened? This must be snow. He's never seen that before. Moomin Mama has told me about this. Everything is so cold and colorless. It's like the whole world died while I slept. Hey, the squirrel's down there. The squirrel went that way. It must be freezing, poor thing. We follow the trails of the squirrel. Ha! Last night you sent the shiny Hunt Charmander. I've never done any shiny hunts in my life. Oh, it's an instant experience. I've never done it, but Fabio does it. The squirrel. Oh, hold on. Thought it was a mouse. I remembered I don't have a house. Sorry. He remembered he doesn't have a house. Tonight you're just watching movies. So, oh, nice, nice. Do you have any travels planned, Blaze? Please stay. Hold on. I don't know why the shout out is not working. It's annoying me. do it like this.
Shout out to Waze_AG.
Do we just follow? Oh, A? What's here? Poor thing, it must be so cold. Who? He was in the house and he left. It's his fault. It had nothing to do with us. Traveling next Friday? Okay, good. That's soon. Oh, thank you so much for that shout out, of course. The weather is getting worse. So, do you not want to go back to bed? How can anything survive out here? I don't know. Am I supposed to look for something? I'm just gonna follow the trail of the squirrel. Please, Mr. Squirrel. Mrs. Squirrel. I didn't mean to scare you. So cold. Now he's baiting me. Hello, lady. Are you freezing too? Let me rest just for a bit. Lady, is there anyone else there? I don't know if I was supposed to look for shards in the snow. What's this? Is this anything? Oh, it's gone right out. Oh my god, I'm being... The wind is... I don't think I want to go there. That looks like I'm gonna fall down. The wind is pushing me. Oh! Oh no! What happened? Thank you for the lurk, Waze. Have a good Sunday. See? The time I knew this was coming. Wake up, little friend. This is all my fault. Dum dum dum. Oh no. It's stuck. I can't get it loose. We can fix this. I think we can fix this still. Tutiki, you're awake as well?
Huh?
I didn't play part 1, guys. I don't know who Tutiki is. Come now, little Moomin Troll. This is no weather for summer creatures.
Huh?
But the squirrel. It's too late! No, I thought we were saving the squirrel. Follow me into the bathing house. Now I'm bringing the squirrel. Oh, I can't. I thought we could defrost the squirrel, guys. You're gonna cry? Yeah, this is not a good start. This is not a good start. Here, you're safe. The squirrel? We have to go back for it. When the storm passes? Do you think it's still alive? No. Not in this weather. Okay. I tried to save it, but I failed. I really tried, Tutiki. But now it's gone, and it's my fault. Hogwash, you did everything you could to prevent it from happening. Yeah, he ran. Like, that had nothing to do with me. Sadly, sometimes that's not enough. How can you be so calm about this? Death is part of life. The Lady of the Cold gives and takes. Lady of the Cold? Who is she? Every year the Lady of the Cold comes down from the frosty north. Where's the story going? Tucking Moomin Valley into her snowy blanket, putting it to sleep, letting the roots dream of their rebirth. So the Lady of the Cold is the reason Moomin Mom and Moomin Papa are sleeping? And why Snufkin left? It's a bit more complicated than that. You hear that? The winds are calming down. It's safe to go outside now. Safer at least. Here, take this scarf. It will guard you from winter's sharpest bites. Check on the squirrel. Nah, I think we're still saving him. Hold on. I don't know why I lit that match, by the way. It was the wrong button. Yeah, see, that squirrel left. Hold on. He's chilling. The squirrel is gone. Did the Lady of the Cold take it? Nah, surely he's safe, Time Bomb. Defrost him with your matches. Yes, that's what I was gonna do. Quite possibly, or perhaps it got away. It did get away. Of course, it didn't die. Well, which one is it? I need to know.
Huh?
Then let's go with the option that gives you the most hope. I want to go home. Oh! It seems like the storm have made that a bit difficult. Oh, no.
Huh?
You could probably remove those icicles with a snowball or two. Snowball? Snow's cold to touch. There's a pair of mittens in the bathing house somewhere.
Ah.
If you find them, I can teach you to throw a proper snowball. Okay, I guess we're moving on from the squirrel, Time Bone. I don't know what to tell you. Look for mittens inside the bathing house. Was this the bathing house? Or is it somewhere else? I didn't pay attention, did I? I'm exploring first. I was like, the way that this is not a dead end. There's nests. There's empty nests. What does it mean? Okay, I don't think there's anything here, but there's empty nests, though. It looks kind of suspicious. Okay, maybe this is the bathing house. It seems tiny. I should be finding these mittens in no time, right? No mittens here. Oh! What? Who's this? Oh! Give me the mittens! He ran. Why is everybody running? Who was that? A troll? Hey, come back with the mittens. Tutiki, the mittens, they're gone. You better go get them back then. I mean, I'm on the case. Ah, look, 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 look. Come here. No, 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 no. Please! I need the mittens. I promise I won't hurt you. He dropped them. Go home. But I want to know what that... Cycle... Tools. Ah, okay, wonderful. Oh, I have mittens. Wait, my friend is gone to teach me about snowballs. Here we go. Okay. Who was that, fellow? I see you've made an acquaintance with the ancestor. It looked like a sheep. Your ancestor, to be precise. My ancestor? I have so many questions. Actually, never mind. I just want to get home. Very well. Did you see those icicles there? Try packing a hard snowball with your new mittens and throw it right at them. It's kind of nice they teach you not to light matches with mittens on. Good point. They're teaching you about life and death and about fire hazard stuff. I've never thrown a snowball before. Can't you do it? Just death and fire hazards. Nonsense. You're more capable than you think. When on snow-covered ground, hold X to make a snowball. Am I... Oh. Press X and aim. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's very sensitive. Ha! Oh, okay.
Ah.
There you go. You should be able to make your way home now. Be safe. I'll check up on you later. I'll probably sound asleep then, but thank you. Oh, they're so optimistic. Can I pass through here? Yes. Wonderful. Oh no, the path! No way to cross. And those icy things seem dangerous. I wonder if I can get them down. Step 1. Huh. Oh! Look at that! Convenience. What is this? Is this something? Maybe it looks like a candle. Okay, we're just going home. What's happening? Stupid winter! Stupid everything! Aw, that must be cold. I hope that squirrel made it, but hoping doesn't change anything. Oh. What's here? This is really nice, really well done. I can't go through. Okay. I'm getting lost, aren't I? Why did I ever get out of bed? I don't understand what the Lady of the Cold wants. Yeah, oh, I'm definitely not on my way home. We've not been here before. I just want everything to be green and friendly again. Oh, maybe it doesn't matter. I'm just following my trace. Moomin House! Is there anything else to do here? It is a mood. The bathing house is this way. Yeah, that's where I just came from. Can I jump? No. This is the way back to the Moomin House. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the Moomin House, I think. When I wake up, I want to play in the river again. I want to smell the flowers and I want to forget all about today. Oh. Hey, there's more icicles. I can't get back in, the window's blocked. Icicles seem rather unfriendly. Is this the Lady of the Cold's idea of decoration? Winter depression even strikes Moomin. Yes. Huh. 1 down, 2 more to go. Okay, I was getting that. Oh. That was not the right way to throw. Let's go. Hey! My ancestor! Ancestor? What are you doing here? Don't hurt my parents. Do you hear me? He does look like a sheep. You don't seem too hostile. Maybe even friendly. Perhaps a bit cold though, are you? So, you probably came here for warmth, just like the squirrel. Let's not talk about the squirrel again. He went to a farm. Be happy there. I'm sorry if I scared you. We can share the house. It's nicer with family. Now let's sleep until better times, both of us. This has been like a bad dream. I'll go back to sleep. There, go to sleep now, Moomin Troll. I don't seem to be able to. I'll just lay here. How far away is summer? Hours? Days? More days? Who's there? Has the Lady of the Cold come for me? Or perhaps something less dramatic. At least he's aware. See who's at the door. A visitor? How exciting! And scary. Oh, this is the door apparently. Hello. Hey, it's Tiki, or whatever. Too Tiki! Good, you're up. The outside looked less scary today. Did something change? Something is always changing. Are you looking for the ancestor? He seems content here by the fireplace, like winter doesn't worry him at all. The ancestor's been around for a while. He's seen it all before. On that note, there's something I need to show you. There's a bonfire site east of here. Meet me there. East? Here, I've marked it on the map. Finally, my map. I wonder what she wants to show me. I better get to the bonfire site. Okay. Click on the area to set... Meet? How do I send it to... yeah, okay. Back. Okay, there's a little finger at the bottom now. Okay, it says going this way. Yeah, that's definitely campfire. Okay. The old bonfire site should be site should be right up here. Oh, who this? Help! Don't hurt me. Winter being scared. Wait, are you afraid of me? That doesn't make any sense. I'm the least scary being in all Moomin Valley. I'm sorry. I don't understand. I'm Moomin Troll. Moomin Troll. Troll. No, I'm not Troll. Although I might seem like one to you. I'm not scary. Troll scary. I thought the same of you, but I guess we're more alike than I first thought. Who are you? Myself. Oh, good. Me friend. Hold on, my husband's here. Friend. Now we're going places. That's what I love about Moomin. All the messages it gives you when I used to babysit, this was always something I put on. Yes. I can imagine. Oh, that thing left. This is very cute. And it's very well done. That's the house. This is the way back to the Moomin house. No, we're going to the fireplace. Hi, Tiki. I know this place. It's very different in winter, though. Everything is. I remember celebrating summer solstice here with Moomin Mama and Moomin Papa. Every year for 1,000 years, the winter beings emerge from the darkest day to celebrate. By lighting the great winter bonfire. Oh! This marks the turning of the seasons and the departure of the Lady of the Cold. Allowing for spring to return to Moomin Valley. This year, however, the winter being beings are strangely absent. Does the bonfire's not been lit? Why? Has something happened?
Huh?
I don't know. Perhaps it's the harsh winter storms preventing them. Last night I found one of them trapped in ice and distressed. Maybe there are more. Did the Lady of the Cold do this? How cruel. The lady is neither cruel nor forgiving. She just is. Somebody should do something to this winter being so the winter beings can light the bonfire and complete the tradition. Indeed, someone should do something. I think it should be too ticky. Guys, what do you think? And we just like chill here? But who? Mummy Mama and Mummy Papa are asleep. Snufkin is away and... Why are you looking at me like that? Oh. Seems like it's up to us, young Moomin Troll. If you come across any winter beings, see if they need your help. Also, if you want to see the bonfire lit, perhaps you should look for more participants. Not everyone in Moomin Valley is asleep. Go see Philly Jong. I saw her fretting about her home recently. And we should find someone to play music. We will be needing firewood for the bonfire. A lot of it? Okay. That's a lot of quests. Thank you for the lyric, Timebone. Thanks for hanging out.
I tried to pay, he begged me to stay. Babe, I'm not staying, I just wanna play.
Potatoes.
Just wanna big boot to the bus, they talk. She a
Days.
bad
Thanks for the 20 months. Thanks for the resub.
Potato Bess. Thazzy subscribed to your channel for 20 months.
I thought I was gonna do all that. That should warm things up. This is actually fun. We're having a great winter. I'm just not doing any of it. Oh, this is probably the preview of the game. This is what you're gonna do in the full game, no? Can't wait to light the great winter bonfire. Dave, thank you so much for the continued support. Enjoy the end of the free emote, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. We'll spin the wheel here shortly for your sub. A small light in the dark, a little warmth in winter. Amazing. This was very short, but it was very cute. We're gonna have to pretend that the squirrel is fine, you know? It was lovely. Full game releases in 2026. It's 27 April. If you want to stay in the loop, blah blah blah, sign up for Discord. Okay, cool. Wishlist on Steam now. I've already put it on my wishlist. Amazing. Very cute. Wheel up. Fun. Aw, man. The Sunday morning Jawbreaker Roulette? Really? There we go. I was so ready for floppy ears, and now this. Sour. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, the sour. Oh. Why? Oh my god. Ah, nasty. I'm gonna play some Palia. Get my dailies. I have no sound. Did something disconnect? Am I still here? Oh, it's because I turned it off yesterday because I was annoyed. Hold on. That's why. We're gonna run a quick ad break. And then we're gonna jump into this Palia. You're still here? Thanks, Dahlia. I was like, huh? I don't hear anything. But it's because, like I said, I turned off the sound yesterday. Gamers, we're gonna run an ad right now before we continue. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. Drifty, thank you for the lurk, gamer. Happy weekend.
Shout out to Emperor_Drifty.
Okay. Okay, apparently there's a relic right here. I'm just gonna go grab it. And then let's see what we're off to today. Okay, let me ask if anybody needs relics because I have a lot. Maybe I can help them. Ah, yes, please. I think I only need one. Which one? Okay, I'll go Central Stables. 1 sec, okay. So I'm trying to help other players complete their, to complete their hunt for the relics because I've completed mine. Is this who talked to me? Willow Dessa, who's this? Robinsony. Not the same person. Umbrum Painting 3. Let me see if I have it. Looks like they have it. I have 2 and 1. Shit. Unlucky. Unlucky. Ooh, what's happening here? Party? Hold on. Let me catch this. The essence. I think I still need to buy some stuff with essence. Oh, I need to find... I have 5,000. I definitely need another finishing runestone, right? Yes, I did. Because now it's grayed out, so that's the last one that I needed. No, I'm good with, I mean, okay, nah, I don't need it. Okay, and what do we have here? Gazebo, wallpaper, blah, blah, blah. A nameplate? Mystery bag? I don't think so. Okay, so... Ah. Progress. Claim. My other relic is there. Hold on, maybe I can get this Umbran Painting 3. Who knows? We might be lucky. And then we'll look into dailies. Ancient statue 1. That times. We'll look into dailies. Oh, I already forgot what I was doing. I always do. Albino eel and beluga sturgeon. The sturgeon is in Kilima. Albino eel. Where do we find this eel that you speak of? I'm thinking caves. Albino eel worms can be caught in caves. Yes, correct. We're gonna have to do that. Game? Thank you. So we have to fish in Kilima. We're gonna look at completing the weeklies because today is the last day. Lumberjack. Okay, but I can get that here by farming some essence. And, well, officially we're supposed to be doing some fishing, but... Hi, Hex! Welcome in, how are you? How was your collab with Christy? Happy Sunday. If you're looking for other games, I enjoyed Leaf. Leave It Alone. Yes, I think it's on my wish list. Me and Glennie were talking about it, and I think Glennie ended up playing it 2 weeks ago, maybe. You enjoyed that, Kofi? With Christy? I was doing a collab with Moon. Oh, was your... Oh, you were with Christy before we were with me. You were with Moon yesterday. That's it. Sorry for the confusion. How was it? Did you just have fun? Yeah, it was with Moon. Sorry, you're right. I mean, of course you're right. It was your collab, but... Now I remember. You enjoyed it? Oh, they're working on 2 new maps as well? That's a very satisfying game, no? That Leaf one. It's okay, it's so much fun. We did open lobbies. Oh, nice. Wonderful, wonderful. What's on the planning for today, Hex? You're doing amazing. I'm very happy and excited. I can't wait to start playing Resident Evil Requiem today. Oh my god, that is very exciting. Do I even have my add-on? No. Oh yes, I was looking for somewhere. Because I still have a Lotus in my inventory. But I haven't discovered the pillar yet. I'm better today, Hex. Yesterday the time trial tournaments was very hectic, is very stressful. We had to replay our match, which was hard. I definitely stress way too much for these things, and that's on me. I just need to figure out a way how to deal with that. But yeah, it was a lot to handle. So, hey. We had a really good game the first round, but because of like a misunderstanding, a discrepancy, an unexplained situation that affected the outcome of the games, we had to all replay the whole set. And when we played it the second time, we did lose. So it was a big roller coaster of emotions, going from we've won to hopping in a call and discussing with the mods and the team, you know, what had happened and the solution, to go and replay. It's very eventful. And then 40 minutes to having to replay, and then ending up to lose the set. It was a lot. Oh, hold on, maybe Plushie? We're feeling lucky? Hello. You're just chilling today? Perfect. So am I. Live around 6-7 p.m. Oh, nice. I don't know why, but that sounds like a wish for the killer to me. Like a secure kill. Pretty! Happy Sunday! Welcome in, hello!
11 months already.
11
Time
months
flies.
already. Time does fly.
PRTTYUGLY.
Pretty, thank you
Subscribe to
so
your
much for the
channel for 11
resub.
months.
Thank you so much for the continued support. Almost 1 year. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Enjoy the ad reviewing, the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. While we pull up the wheel here. To spin. We already had a Jawbreaker Roulette for Taze's resub. And the 25 stream streak. Oh my god. That's huge. W, pretty. Enjoy the dogger treats. And thank you so much for the continued support. It's looking like another Jawbreaker. I'm gonna cry. Man, so close. Pretty! Jawbreaker Roulette, just for you. Oh, we got the watermelon. It's not sour. This was an, oh, it's very nice, actually. Oh, it's very tasty. Oh, this is gone. Okay, good to know. I was saying this week that I wasn't sure because we never had the watermelon Jawbreaker before, if it was going to be a sour or sweet, but it's very, very tasty. Watermelon Jawbreaker, yes! And it's confusing because it's green, but it's very nice. Are they new? I don't know. I just bought a mixed pack, and it had the watermelons in it. Uh-oh. Come on! One more! I hate those things, man. Now this watermelon one is very tasty. I'm quite pleased. Man. Oh? That guy just signed his own death sentence. Oh. Alright. 14. Nice. My husband made me breakfast this morning. Anybody what? Have Ancient Machine 4. Well, oh, wait. I need this thing first. I'm gonna need to check. But we're quite far away from where I need to check that. Ancient Machine 4. Maybe I can help them. I was starting to say something. I don't remember. Oh yeah, Sunday with cozy games and tea and you guys hanging out is the best thing. I don't think it's this way, honestly. Oh, I'm here. I always get lost in the Elderwood still. I was just here! It's not going well. I'm taking a long way around because I always get lost in the Elderwood. I think up here and then back to the central stables. Yes. Okay. I know where I am. We're back on track. I think they already did trade. Ancient Machine 4 and 5. I don't think I would have even had it. Oh, Ancient Statue? I have 4 of these. Like, hello? I'll hang around here for a second. I'll check something real quick. That was Ancient Machine 2. I have 4. I think I have 4. Didn't I say I just had Ancient Machine 4? Yes, I do. Let's see if we can help them out. There we go. Wait? Well, Sarah, you're late now. Oh, she needs the second one. What a mess. She gave away something that she needed. It's kind of funny. Machine 1? I don't think I had machine 1. I had 4 and 5, and then I had 2, but that was just from the trade. Machine 5. I don't have it. Okay. I was checking something. See, this one already has a Lotus. But I don't know where the other ones are. And I still have a Lotus in my collection. Oh, here maybe. No, this one also has a Lotus already. The statues. I'm gonna need to look at a video. And maybe see which one I'm missing. Amazing. I have machine 4. Oh. Oh, Sarah has it. Okay. Okay. They're gonna trade. That's good. I'm gonna go check. Oh, wait. I see a bug that I want. Hold on. Because essence. Then we'll do some yeah, check here for some things, and then we'll go to do the dailies, to do the fishing. What else is here that's interesting? I'll need to sort that fishing situation too, because I still need most of the elderwood fish, because I'm having a lot of trouble catching them because they're so... I would really like to have this. Oh my god, the glitch. He lagged backwards and then I missed it. That's insane. Hey, wait. I heard buzzing. There's a honeycomb here. Hello? Where is this? Do you guys hear buzzing? Is it in the wall? Is it up here? No. Oh, there must be a bug. Because there's nothing here. I'm definitely hearing it. Is it underneath? No. It's definitely bugged. Oh, lucky. There's one. Excellent. Any more? This is usually a good place to find honey. Yes! Right there. Oh, more! Insane. Okay, I think we'll use the board and go home. And then we'll check on our animals, our little garden. Get to fishing. Do the lucky coins. We'll have to paint the ribbons for the... Hello? Sorry, something went wrong. Use these gates to re-enter the game. What? Something went wrong, alright. For Lunar New Year, what's the weekly ones for the Guardian? Let me check. Real quick, what does he want this week? Nap wheat, butterfly beans. Do I have any of that? Yes. Ah, I'm gonna give him the star one, I think. Oh no, the lucky coins. My inventory is filling up so quick again. I need the lucky coins because we're gonna be exchanging them. See if we can get a plushie. Let's see if I can give him this bean. Oh, I thought I had to go to the forest to talk to him. I guess we're in the middle of the quest here. Oh, let's chat. Oh, I think my relationship with them is maxed out, so I don't have to do this anymore. I will give him his daily. This is no use to me. Please remove it from my presence. Okay. I tend to think of gifting as useless. But you have provided me something that's actually utility. Surprising. Very nice. Very nice robot thing. Alright, let's do the garden. I need more vegetables because I will take you guys to my farm to see my animals. They're probably hungry. I kind of want to see if there's a... Oh, the soup thing is done already, I think. If there's any parties going on. Party tracker. Sashimi party. It started already. In 24 minutes. Is this with Riri? I know this girl. Oh, I think we should try and do this if we can. Central Stables in 25 minutes. Bring focus food, honey lures. Don't bring pets. I'm just gonna sign up. Done. Oh, this is cool. Do I still have her on my friends list is the question. I think she just removes everyone, but she must be... I think it was Riri. No, the other way around. Riri? No, it's the other way around. It's Riri at... Ah! That's exciting. We're gonna do an essence party and a plushie hunt. Last time I'll show you my frog palace, guys. Last time when I went with this girl, she hosts these essence parties. I'll show you how many frogs we got, and I missed out on several plushies. Because there was so many and people were just like spam hitting them. And it was so difficult to get the... Perfect. Riri's added me. And I'm gonna have to go in the server in 15 minutes. to secure my spot. And then we'll go plushie hunting with the group. She's put a group together. She's hosting this party. And last time it was really good. Okay. We'll plant this shit. Corn. I have a lot of corn. We do some onions, some carrots, I don't know. Doesn't matter. I just need vegetables for my animals. I think we'll try to fit in to do the... Hey, ribbon? Oh my god, I have so many more slots. I need more. More seeds. I have 200 carrots. That's crazy. Who needs 200 carrots? I'm making more. Doesn't matter. I will see about the farm animals after the party. I think I'm gonna prioritize doing the ribbons at the Magi Market before we go to this essence party. I need to clear my inventory. I need to check if I have enough smoke bombs. So we're gonna be with a big group, and we're all gonna go to the same spot in the map, and then we're gonna hunt for frogs and infected bugs to farm essence and to see if we can get frog plushies in the process. And I'm really looking forward to it. It's very exciting that we get a chance to join the party. I just noticed it in time. Let's see how many bog bombs I have. I'll make some more. 500, okay, and then we'll make a couple of these as well. I don't have a lot of supplies for that because I'm running out of silk. I'm running out of silk, guys. Okay, back in the inventory. Okay, I'm not bringing this, and I'm not bringing this. This will go, this will go. I'm bringing more burgers because I'm gonna need my focus food. Let's make some jam to sell later. Because we always need more money. Silk. Oh, it's my last. Holy, more carrots? How many carrots does a person need? Okay. Okay, underground. Let's go. And Lunar Market. We can go Zeki and Lunar Market. Okay, good. Things are in motion. The wheels are in motion. Lake, thank you for the dance. How was GTA roleplay last night? Was yesterday, no? Oh, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
MVP. Woo woo.
Cheer 100 MV Prave MVP hype. Spread Lake 3 cheered 100 bits.
Perfect. Zeki? It was great. Nice. Anything fun happen?
Oh, look what
You
the
had a
Armu
blast. Nice. Meet
dragged
some new
in.
people. I had a talk with okay. And they both like your idea. They're discussing the compromise. Good. Taking it out is half the battle. I'm sure talking it out settle their stuff in no time. Still playing now, just tuning off stream? Oh, nice. Looks like I'll need to get started working on that remote device. Okay,
Go out and cause some havoc.
do that. You go do that. I need to get to the market. Wait, I'm right here at the underground. I'm gonna need to catch an albino eel first. I forgot. I forgot which bait we use for that. Oh, you're tuning with Dame? I was gonna ask. I saw Dame was live and stream this morning with GTA. And then I was like, did you play with her? And I was like, ah, probably not. But you actually are. That's great. Yeah, I was just chatting with her this morning. Holy pile of people. I think it's glowworms, honestly. We'll find out. She's got one. That's the one we want. The albino eel. For our daily. Let me just check. Because I want to make sure that I've got the right bait. Because I don't want to waste time. Because we have that party coming up. Worms. There we go. Worms it is. Excellent. Catch it, catch it, catch it. Okay. Perfect. We'll exit out the back. Because it takes us right to Kilima Lake. Where I can fish for the other fish that I need for my daily. As we make our way to the fairgrounds. Actually, I could fish there. Maybe just run straight there. And then see if we can get the pink fish over at the lunar market. Oh, that was a ladybug. Hold on. It's so far. Sorry, guys. Epic bug right here. Can anyone help with requests? Hold on. Let me check their requests. Shroom. Dragonbeard Pete. Iron. Wait, who wanted that request? Palia David. I mean, this is very rare. I'll do 2. Maybe someone else can help. I think I needed this one. Oh my god, I needed this one too. I don't think I have my rare box yet for my weekly. Excellent. Okay, we'll dye the ribbons. We'll do the fish. Where are we at with the party time? 11 minutes. I'm so late. My wish from last time is ready already. Oh, I need to dye one orange and one blue. And pick up my wish from yesterday. And launch my wishes for today. I think I'm gonna have to make my way over to the stables. Time flies. I think I can go right home from here. Map. Go home. Perfect. Do, 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 do. I have to remember to sell the snowballs because they're gonna get in my way. I'm trying to catch bugs and I hate that. I hate it when that happens. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you my my frog plushie situation from last time. Oh man. Okay, so this is from the last party that I did with this Riri. Look. Look how many frog plushies we got. Look all of these from one party. And I've put them all together here in a shrine. Because I like to make shrines. And I like to put lights. And then Loftus yells at me, "Why do you have so many lights?" He says. I mean, what do you mean too many lights? You can never have too many lights. Oh, that's annoying. We'll open these later. Can we? I can't. I'll have to open it now. It's because it's Monday. Okay, ditch the coin. Snowballs. No, the snowballs. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my mind. There. I think I have enough things. Let's go Elderwood to see if I can get in this party. I'll have to remember to change my relic out because I usually bring the essence multiplier because someone in the team is always gonna have the bag of illusion. So if I bring the multiplier, we'll all get more essence as a group. So I like to bring the multiplier. Here we go, Elderwood. We make our way to the central stables. Oh wait, I have to synchronize with that girl's server first. Let's see if we've loaded into the same one. That's not the right button. There she is. Join server. Oh no, it's full. Okay.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a
Hey
raid
yo,
incoming.
Miss
I repeat,
Venture.
raid incoming.
With the raid. Have a good stream. Thank you, Slay. Thank you so much. Thanks for your kind
Missy
words
underscore
yesterday and
Venture
your message
rated
in
your
the
channel
Discord
with
as well.
14 viewers.
You're really amazing. Hello, Pet Duck. Hi, Missy. Welcome in. How are you? How was your stream? Love the raid music. Thank you. I like it too. You were streaming Palia as well. What were you up to today? You're amazing too. Nah, thank you, Slay. I'm going the wrong way. Did I do this thing already? Yes. Gamers, if you came in with the raid, and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official partner with Behavior. And we do variety on Sundays. When I play DBD, I'm a Survivor main. I have 17 P100s. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in. It was so much fun. Oh my god, you're brand new to Palia? Really? The way I'm trying to find my way around here, I look like I'm brand new to Palia, but I've been playing for a year and I just get lost in the Elderwood always. Like, I was supposed to be at the Central Stables. I'm not even close. I can't get in this server. I made a mistake. I should have joined earlier. Where am I? So lost. We've all been there. That's true. Sealy knows because I make him play Palia when I need something. Sealy, good morning. How are you? I'm so lost. Where's the stables? Oh, it's here. Missy, I understand if you need to raid and run. Please look after yourself. Do your post-stream care. Post-stream stare. Words are hard. But yeah, we're going to be live for a couple hours here. We're playing some Palia. We're playing some Berglin Gnomes later. So yeah, you're all welcome to hang out. I'm going to keep trying to get into this server. I know where they're going to be at because I was at the last party. You need to raid and run because you're feeling a little off color tonight. It was nice to meet you. I have an amazing stream. Let me drop you a follow. And thank you so much for bringing your community here. I really appreciate it. And I love to talk Palia one time. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much.
Missy underscore Venture followed your channel.
Good morning, Celie. How are you? Happy Sunday. You're lurking while I get the last achievements on RE9. Sven, you're already on that grind. You're amazing. Bye, Missy. Bye. I can't wait to come back and check your stream out properly. All good. All good. Take care of yourself, gamer. Sven, you were already on that RE9 grind. That's insane. I hope it's been fun. I see everyone playing it. It's, the graphics look amazing, I have to say. Where am I? And where am I going? Okay, I'm going here. 10 left. This game is incredible. Oh, I'm glad to hear that you're having so much fun with it. How, what are you gonna do when, it's over, though? I'm gonna have to keep trying to sync with her server. I got in. Okay, I'm going back. Oh, wow, expansion, Celia, I forgot. How is that? I remember when we were playing 2 days ago, we were playing DBD. And you said, it's amazing that I'm playing DBD right now. Don't bug out. Come on, game. Because there's just a WoW expansion that's dropped. How is it? Are you having fun? Oh, you will cry. Oh, Sven. No. Look, 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 look. They're still here. I'm late as fuck. Hello.
Hey!
I need to ask, I need to ask for a party spot as well. I need to not forget to change out my relic for the multiplier. Massive bonus. That's the one that I want. That's the one that I want. Please add MVP to your party. I also need a party. Okay, we're making a new party. Rhea is so nice. She's so good and amazing at arranging these parties. It's my 4th with her. She's super experienced. She really looks after everyone. Equip relics now. You're unable to do an A3. Do you want to send parties? So we know who's full. Okay, I'm gonna chuck this stuff from my inventory. Because I don't want it to clog up my inventory space. Because it's gonna fill up with frogs and bugs while we farm this essence. You're spamming dungeons to get your gear before the peasants get access to the game? Now, Sealy, that's no way to talk about us, the normal people, the non-privileged. The max item level in WoW is 224, and you're at 220. Oh my god, that has been a grind. That's huge. Why do we look like we're about to drop an album? Is anyone inviting me to the party? Because let me see if it's bugged. We go to the store, we go back. Am I in a party yet? I'm just gonna invite myself. Who needed a party? I also need a party. TJ. TJ, I'm coming in. I can't. This is a dead end, lady. Where are we going? Okay. Where are we going? I will be grabbing this mushroom. One, because it's infected. And two, because they have pearls inside. And I'm still collecting them to find a pearl for my achievement. So that's the only thing that I will allow to take up space in my inventory. Is the clams, the clam mushroom. Alright, here we go. This is the spot. This is where we were last time as well. Oh. Let me, I'm just gonna... invite myself to someone. Let's take a group picture. Oh, not this group picture again. Hold on, we gotta do a group picture. Where are we standing? Which way are we facing? This way? Oh, we have to face whoever... Okay. We stand here. We make a little heart. And she takes a group. Yeah, I've not been invited, Sealy. I've not yet been invited. So I'm gonna keep bullying them until somebody puts me on their party, basically. You gifted Resident Evil 9 to someone and they hadn't even installed it? I would install and play today on stream. If somebody got me it, like, holy hell. I'll have you. I've been stretching that flex look. Okay, but can somebody invite me, please? Party! Where's this T1 guy person? They want to cut the trees. I'm gonna keep harassing them. Tell them to invite you or curse them. I'm gonna send you after them, like, so fucking fast. Hold on. Let me close this, because we don't need it anymore. Yes! Accept! Okay, I think I'm in. Let's unbug the fucking party thing. Yes, I'm with Shaw! Okay, we're just the two of us. I'm just gonna be nice and invite someone else, because we're now two. Okay. So here we go. They've put up the lures. So we're only supposed to hit the frogs and the infected beetles. I don't see any infected beetles. I'm gonna stick around over here. You're here grinding, mining and cake, and making money. Hi, Cinderquest, welcome in. That's what we like to see. We're always up for grinds. Always, always, always. Can respect. Any frogs? One here. There we go. Infected beetle for me. Oh, frog over here. Let's make sure we hit it, because if it has a plushie, if we don't hit it, we don't get it. You've been playing Palia long, Cinder? Frog? Frog? I've been on Palia for a year. I started a year ago. I think it was February. I got so invested in it so quickly. And I have over 450 hours now. It's not my main game. I do play DBD mostly. But yeah, Palia is my wholesome vibe, good chill game. I love it. It took me very long after the Elderwood release to get into it, because it's so big and I got lost all the time. I didn't understand what was going on with the relics. I properly got into the Elderwood maybe 2 months ago, and I've on that grind to, you know, collect everything. I've been jumping on these essence parties, frog party. Hey, this lure is gone. Should I put down the lure and be nice? Let me be nice. I can bring lures. Not everybody likes to do that because it takes a lot of expensive resources to make. But I don't mind. I can contribute. I'm happy to be here. Looks like frog over here. Infected bug over here. Oh, infected beetle. Nice. Because we're only 2 in the party, I'm gonna miss out on a lot of things. That's very unfortunate. Kinda hoping someone will still come along. Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, I was late. It's my own fault. Wait, that's weird. I did hit that frog and it never gave me it. Ah, frog over here. Not seen anyone say that there's a plushie yet. That girl's just minding her life away over there. Any room? Yes. Oh, they're already in it somewhere. Damn. If nobody's coming from this frog, we're gonna have to keep throwing. There we go. What's going on over here? Lots of frogs. Looks like my teammate was on the case over here. Damn, missed it. It was gone before I knew it. This is a star beetle. Making sure I go around and hit single things. We're gonna run an ad break right now, gamers. We will be right back. Please bear with. Helium. Oh, come on, frog. Feisty one, this one. Keep an eye out for the frogs. Collect the ones that I can. This is an infected frog. That's gonna be a good bonus. Oh, only 11? I was expecting this to be more essence. Nice, 21 infected essence from a beetle. 23, focus check. More frogs over here. These weren't even infected. Oh, frog, hold on. Wait, where am I seeing this frog? Right here? Damn. I missed the infected beetle. Here's a new one. Oh, it's an infected frog, in fact. Come on, plushie. That frog just left. Usually the frogs, damn, die if you throw one smoke ball at them. And you don't want to kill it before anybody else touches it, because if there is a plushie drop from it, people won't get it. If they haven't, if no one in their party has touched it, you know? So you kind of want to be mindful. But also, it's kind of every man for himself. It's a war zone out here in Paleo. No plushies. Nothing. There's not even been a sighting of a plushie. Oh. Beetles. More beetles. Wonderful. I'm gonna take this wood away out of my view. Otherwise it keeps showing that I have stuff to collect. Frog? Oh, I think I missed both of them. Hey yo, bug catching level 101. Oh, I missed out on that one too. So we just keep going around, hitting the frogs and the bugs to collect essence and maybe get a chance at a plushie. Oh man. It's rough though when you're not in a four-man party. Oh, someone wants to join the essence party. Maybe I can invite them real quick, because why not? Let's see if I can. Purple penguin? Damn. They're on the server. Come on. Here we go. Oh, maybe they're already in a party. Oh, frog right here. I guess maybe last time when we got so many plushies was more unique than I realized. It was one plushie drop after another. I've not seen anyone call. See, they need a party. I knew it. You just gotta jump on stuff. You gotta think ahead and plan ahead. Basically. 3 now. Plushie! Did anyone get this? I got a plushie. No one was paying attention. Is he in the party? Oh, we're full. Rude. Bugs, man. Okay, now we're cooking. Well, nobody called it, and that's making me nervous. Because if nobody's making these calls, how do we know if there's gonna be plushies? People just grabbing them? Okay. See, I don't know if I was supposed to call that in, because that frog had been there a long time. I saw that frog sitting there on that hill for the longest time. So I don't know if I was supposed to call it out or if people are gonna yell at me. I decided not to call it out. That's what happened. I don't like it when people yell at me. Spare lures? Somebody jump on this lure. Ah, someone pudding. Nice, nice. Okay, it looks like since we got the party extended to... Oh. I need to send some frogs home with my pets. Hold on. Since the party got extended... Okay, let's see if I can send this plushie home. Oh, I have to equip a pet first. Hold on. This is a lot of management. Okay, equip my pets. Go back. No. I want you to send back... this stuff. Fiberwood. Why won't it send back? It's fine. There he goes. Okay, where am I going? Nice. That's a lot of essence. Here's another frog. Make sure we hit it. More frogs. Oh, I need to unequip my pet. Because it confuses people. So I'm just using my pet to send home some stuff. So my inventory doesn't clog. Damn. But then I have to unequip it again because I know how frustrating it is when you're in the middle of something like this and then you're throwing your smoke bombs and then you're throwing it at someone's pet because you can't properly see what you're dealing with. It's very annoying. Hey, frog. Plushie? Beetle? Hey, this one didn't even die. Okay, well. Man, no one of my team was here.
Attention alien
Oh my
army,
god,
we do
Snack!
have a raid incoming. I repeat,
Let's
raid
go!
incoming.
Snack, thank you so much for the raid! How was the rest of your 2v8 games with your friends?
Snacky N_ rated your channel with 11 viewers.
Did the both of you ended up keep going or no? I know there was a little miscommunication about the end time of when You were supposed to end? Did you just keep going? Welcome in. Gamers, if you came in with the Raven Snack and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm an official Dead by Daylight content creator from the Netherlands. And we do play variety on Sundays. It's our own Palia today. DBD is my main game. I love playing Dead by Daylight. I'm a survivor main. I have 17 P100s. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in. You and Nacho continued on Killer. Nice. Who did you play? Oh, Plushie. Plushie. Is someone calling this? How do I... I mean, I did my best. I called it in. I know. It's P100 is the command to see who I got. It's all survivors because I don't like playing killer. Spirit and Blight. Oh, nasty combination. I can respect it though. I don't play Blight because I started out in controller, so I never ended up picking up Blight. I've tried Spirit. I wish I was better at her, but it's just too hard. It's just too hard. Hi, Epic. Welcome in. Yes, P100 Nia. She was my 4th, actually. Serena was my 1st, then Michaela, then Yunjin, then Nia. I think that's the order, yes? Yes. Wait. 3rd? Ah, maybe Nia was before Yunjin. Maybe I'm lying for attention. Who knows? No Fang? I've never... Yeah, it's... When P100 started to be like a big thing, Fang still had such a bad reputation. So I never went for it. I have a P95 Ellen. And I'm definitely working on Cheryl and Adam. During Blood Moon, I would like to work on Orella, but she's only P10. But yeah, anyway, thank you so much, Snack, for bringing your community here. Gamers, if you don't follow Snack, we just met them on Tuesday during the 2v8 7-way streamer event. It was such a good time meeting them. They're such a wonderful person. Correct gamer, DBD. So if you don't follow them yet, please go check them out. Show your support for our friends. Michaela, Fang, Sable, and V, good choices. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna get to Sable. She's not on the list, but V is definitely on this on the short list. Working on Nemi? Oh, nice. You know, I play Nemi when I play Killer. Good choice. Plushie! Hold on. Let me call it in. Polish. People are so... I typed Plushie and someone put Polish. Like, when we get a plushie, everyone's too excited to properly type in chat. You missed it? Damn, girl. I don't know what to tell you. So unlucky. You hate Nemi? Oh, so that was the thing, you forced Nemi upon him? Nemi's a really good choice. Like, the zombies do all the work. It's great. Stack, I understand if you need to go. It's early your end right now, I think. But I appreciate you choosing me to raid. Thank you so much for coming to say hi and bring your community here. We're gonna be live for a couple more hours here. Waiting to see if I can get some cheeky Berglin Gnome games in when my duo gets here. Shit, I missed this one. He's at P11 and like haven't played him basically at all. You're wasting 100, yeah, 100 plus points, yeah. Yeah, see, that's why I haven't given chat the opportunity to vote for P100 because I mean, you could set rules to it, right? I could just say you could choose my next survivor. But yeah, if it was killer, I would be upset. You should have made it survivor only, but you're so like how am I good? You're such a it's such a commitment just to allow your chat to choose from anyone. I think that's very courageous, honestly. That's really cool. I couldn't do it. I'm chicken. Unreal Hunters and Spirit would be my list. Good choices. Good choices. I played 2 Huntress games yesterday. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. I wish there's better in Huntress too. I love it when people go for the pellet drop and you just stand there with your hatchet waiting for them to drop it and you down them right after because they have nowhere to go. Best feeling in the world. They don't know. Just they don't understand. I mean, I do it myself all the time. Sometimes you think, if I drop the pellet now, it'll stun them. And then you're like, no. You take that hatchet to the face. There's no preventing it. There's no avoiding it. It came down to Krasu and Nemi and oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, between those two. Oh, I didn't get this frog. That's unlucky. Between those two. Oh my god. How the hell did you end up almost getting P100 Krasu? Yeah. That would have been bad. Oh, I was gonna put it on your lure, but they've already put it down. Quentin was the last survivor, and it's sad I was rooting for him. Oh, because you opened it up for everyone, and Quentin was still in there as an option. No, that would have been so cool. During Blood Moon last year, me and my duo, we went from P2 to P100 in 3 weeks. I did Eastry and he did Quentin. He never plays him. It was just for the lulz. Oh, you did a wheel spin elimination style. Nah. That's huge and that's so brave. So you could watch like the ground disappearing underneath your feet as you're rolling. No. No way. That's some commitments. What's over here? This frog is not dying. Last anniversary you went from 45 to 100? Yeah, you can easily do that if you grind properly during anniversary. In a solid week, yeah, 100%. So many. There's a plush down here? Where? I don't know if people will get it. Where? Where's this Impalia person? I guess we're not getting it. Oh, here! No! There's nothing here for me. That is so unlucky. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. Not the frog that was furthest away from anyone or everyone to go down. I bet almost no one got that plushie. Maybe probably only the people who were in that party. It's okay, we already have 3. Oh. It took me like 2.5 months for V. Yeah, if it's not an event, it's forever. I've been on Ellen since the longest time. She's 95 now, so I'll get it soon. But without events, trying to grind P100s is a chore. Lucky, good morning, happy Sunday, welcome in. How are you? Oh man. Welcome, welcome. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. You were definitely early to the V party? Yes, must have been. Because I don't know a whole lot of people that are even close to getting V P100s. So that's really cool that you went for that new character. We have Pinks in the community. She did Orella she was like top 15 people to get oh, plushie? I don't have it. No, where was my team? I'm sad. To have Orella P100s. Come on, team, lock in. Playing Burning Nomad. I've not seen Loftus, Lucky. My duo is not here yet. And there's no point in playing alone. So the Movement Troll demo that we played this morning was a lot shorter than I anticipated. Plush. Did I get it this time? Yes, plushie. All right, let's go. That's what we like to see. We're on a roll here. Double. I didn't get a double. Lucky person to get double. Well done, thank you, I'm really happy. I'm gonna add it to the frog collection. I showed it to you guys earlier. Whoa. Let me put on Onulur. Let me be nice. We keep going. Look at the show on the road. Lots of frogs here. Some beetles. Plush, when's the halftime break? Someone already needs a break. Wait. Lady Gamer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy times and happy weekend.
Lady Gamer 1980 followed your channel.
Hello, welcome in. Yeah, I saw some messages on the Blood Moon for DVD. Even though I was expecting it to be April, they're now saying it's expected for March. Which I hope turns out well for me because I have work in March. I don't have work. I mean, I may have some work in April. Not a whole lot. But I was kind of hoping to like grind Blood Moon because those P100s, they don't grind themselves. And I was looking to get at least 3 new P50s out of it. We're gonna have to see how that's gonna go. If the Blood Moon actually starts in March. Oh, this is gonna be a lot of essence. $57, let's go. Flush? Tell me I got it. Yes! Flushy! Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, I mean, I could do with a toilet break. You're just playing some Palia? Nice! How long have you been playing? What are you up to? Are you questing? Are you foraging? You getting your dailies and your weeklies? What are you up to? We were in the mid of getting our dailies. And then I saw this post about this essence, the Plussens and Essence farming party. And this is with a person that I've played with before. So I was like, let me jump in on that. So that's kind of what we've been doing. I'm waiting for my duo to get here to play Burgling Gnomes. I am going through these burgers hella fast. Oh. Get this frog, people. Oh, 2 frogs. 3 frogs! Another one here. Hi, Paigey. Welcome in. Welcome back from Italy. How are you? Listen. These frogs are a pest. We're trying to catch plushies for Paigey. So we're working together in groups. We're trying to farm what we call essence, which can help us progress in the game. And we're stunning the frogs. And sometimes they drop a plushie. And everybody gets very excited. We've already got a couple. 1 normal and 5 flame rocking. I'll show it to you later. At my plot, Paigey. I have my frog collection. I'm literally mostly here for the essence farming because I play a lot of solo Palia. And I'm just not going anywhere with these quests where I need the essence to progress the game, and I'm just not going anywhere solo. It took me a whole day a couple weeks back to get 3,000. Plush! Plush, 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 plush. Yes, look, look, look! Plushie! See, everybody gets all excited. Look, they're all jumping. Fireworks. People get very excited over plushies. You're sad? Take me back to Italy when you forgot about your life? I mean, you were unsure about this trip at the beginning, no? About, like, why you booked it? I'm so glad that it worked out. You guys looked so happy on the pictures. I'm glad that you enjoyed the food. Yes, this is Palia. Why does it look different? I don't know. Have you been to the Elderwood at the back of the map? It's all the way in the back of the map. Of the Elderwood. I don't know why they do it, the party here, but it's quite a good spot, honestly. Because we're just staying on the hill. It's nice. You're losing it, clearly. I mean, you're still in vacation mode. There's nothing wrong with that. You got a plushie room now because I got so many of them. That's lovely. That's such a good idea. I started with... oh, that's not the one I wanted. When I got my first plushies, I put them all at my front gates. And it was kind of like a joke with the friends that I was playing with at the time to say that they were guarding my plots. But I got so many at some point that I also got a separate like spot for them. And that's full. And then last week I started doing these essence farming parties. And you get so many frog plushies that I just started a new frog plushie section. I'll show you later after this party. Item downgraded? Okay, that's fine. I can fix it later. My first plushie was so... The 2 was 2! What a great way to start! My first plushie was a giveaway. No, it's not true. I got a fish plushie was my first. And then I was talking to this streamer. I was learning about Palia. It was last year. And I was getting to know everything about the rainbow tip butterfly. And they were doing a giveaway at the time on their stream. And I'm like, I mean, I'm new here. But let me join that. And I won the rainbow tip plushie. I put it on a pedestal. I mean, I got like at least 7 more. Probably 9 more because I've been giving them away to my friends as well since then. But yeah, the plushie obsession is real. I don't know why I always want more. Like, I don't need them for anything. I just always want more. Oh, you've never played Palia, but you've seen others play it? Okay, yeah, then this part of the map is so far at the back, you probably wouldn't recognize it from anywhere. I missed out! Your first plushie was also 2? Yeah, you said that. Everyone comes to this area to beat up the frogs. It's actually a pre-arranged party. It's a pre-arranged party, Paigey. So, there's this host. She organizes these parties and you can sign up through an app. And I just happened to notice it as I was trying to do my dailies, and I was like, okay, let me jump in. And then yeah, we come together as a group, and we whack the frogs. And I'm like I said, I'm essence hunting at the same time. So look, this purple bug is gonna give me essence, and I'm gonna use that in the store to unlock other things. Oh man, I missed those. Both frogs. You got the Grumpy Rockhopper? That's this one, right? I think I've got several of those as well. That's wonderful. They're gonna look so nice in your frog or in your plushie room. She organized crime. Plushie! Let me call it in. Hold on. Organized crime against the frogs. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. The frogs don't seem to mind though. Crazy. Have you considered that maybe they're okay with all of this? Like, it's Edge map. Nobody ever goes here. They're like lonely. There's some adventure to it now. They're going in our collections. I mean, not the excess. I'm gonna sell them. I'm gonna sell the excess. Because I need money to do more stuff. But, like, other than that... You have 7 portraits and 7 pins? Nice! So you're upgrading your relationships with the villagers and getting your pins? That's great! So much to do always in Palia. I just finished my... oh, I missed out on that. I just finished my last friendship with the gardener. Just today. I finished the last quest. So I've got all of that. Oh, plushie? Hold on. Nah, not here. Or did I miss out? Did I miss out, guys? I guess I did. I'm sick. Plush? Man. Oh, daddy was your first pin? I can understand that. That's a choice for a lot of people to romance Hodaddy. You saw someone's name was Riri? Yes, she's the host. She organizes this. Yes, like Yuri. Such a good name. Oh, I thought this was already... Plushie! Hold on. So many plushies. Excellent, excellent, excellent work. Ree was such a beloved name in Florence, really. Everyone's like, oh my god, beautiful Ree. And the coffee machine was called Larea. Ah, oh, that's cool. I mean, it is a really good name. What's happening over here? I don't know, I missed out. I think I gotta send some stuff home with my dog again. Let me sit in the corner and arrange that. Legend, fabulous name, unbiased opinion here. No, but it is. It's really a good name. Okay, that's not what I want. Where's my pet? And then send some stuff home. Yes. Okay, don't lose my plushies, okay, doggy? I'm gonna be mad if we lose the plushies. Imagine you get a notification. The dog was attacked on the way back by a frog. An angry frog! Imagine, Paigey, if the frogs would turn against my dog and take all the plushies. Oh, my dog is back. Okay, let me unequip it. Otherwise, people will yell at me. Is this frog even dying? Yes. Damn. Oh, I'm clicking all sorts. Frogs deserve the right back. Did you ever hear back from that house you visited in that county? What was it, 3 weeks ago? I know you said it wasn't great. Did you ever make a decision about what to do? Hi, Jordan. I could not get into this game, not gonna lie. Really? I jumped in last year, February, and I've not looked back. I've loved every second of it, although I did take a really long break. When Elderwood dropped in May last year, I couldn't get into Elderwood, but I'm so back. I'm so back. Also well played yesterday. Your chase against Chucky was nail biting. That was a good chase. I was upset. I was telling my friend afterwards. I did a lot of 1v1s with my friends on the map, but all the 1v1s start at Shack side, right? So when I got in chase to the 11 side of Maine, I was like, shit! Not a single time in all of those 1v1s did I ever loop at that side of Maine. I wasn't sure about the pellets. I wasn't sure about the vaults. I was like, oh, I need to take this into consideration for the next one because I'm missing out here. Your girlfriend and I tried it, but I think she was hoping it was more like my time at Philadelphia. Ah, okay. Okay. I'm all about the quests, right? It's the games where it's like one objective to the next is what works really well for me. That's why we played a little horses stable game last week, and it was only a demo, but I've gone back and played that 3 times because of like the way that it is built with like your next objective, your next quest. I just keep going. I forget about time and I just keep going. Jordan, extremely well done on the tourney organization yesterday. The way it was running so smoothly, and everybody, you know, with the whole situation that we got into, everybody helping into the VC and come and talk to us and like explain and reassure. Nah, you guys handled it so well and professionally. I was definitely upset about it yesterday. Obviously, you're in the moment. You know, I was disappointed. But I think that's not an abnormal reaction to have. Like, we put a lot of time into it, but like really I was honored to be a part of it, and it's been such a great experience, and it was really thanks to you and your team for putting that together. Such a great job. Well done. Did not talk to me about the horse games. No, the one that I played was really good. Paige, if you're still here, I'm posting about the horse game that we played last week on my TikTok today. And I was wondering, it could be something for you, Henry, because it's very cute. It's very simple. I enjoyed it very much. My chat are gonna make me do a horse girl game stream soon and I can't? What? But the horse games are so good, Jordan. You saw the horse game, it was so good. Real those horses too. I remember. Are you ever... I don't know what age you have to be to get into horseback riding. You were considering that, right? Oh my god, this tree. To maybe like take Bria horseback riding one day? I don't mean modern horse girl game, I mean one from like 20 years ago. Oh, there's a lot of development since, right? Oh, I fell. Hold on. I have to spend an hour to make it work. Oh, for modern gaming. Okay, I mean, chat kind of W chat for picking that game for you to play. That's kind of W. It was on me for how I explained shit to Mike, and I know that made a huge boo-boo. I mean, I don't even see it like that. It's just one of those things. Fucking amazed by tech team management. To keep things running despite me dropping the ball several times because I was so fucking... I mean, there's so much that goes on with this journey. It's so much more than just putting a schedule together. You've really put so much effort into it. It's good that you had an amazing team, and you know that's the way to do it with a team. I think, like, if you're trying to do this solo, I don't even know how you would get by, honestly. No, great job. W team, honestly. Gonna learn because I have so much classwork to catch up and I did not sleep much. I get it. Thank you for stopping by, Jordan. And good luck. Party ends. Oh my god, party's over? What do you mean the party's over? We've only just got started. The other party was either way much longer, or let's say thank you. Yeah, we're just gonna go back to our dailies. I was still fishing. Let me collect these last few things. Same time next year, count me in. I'm there. If you'll have me. Unless DVD catches fire. Oh wait, fireworks? Hold on, I got fireworks. Wait, do I? Yes. Celebrate! Whee! Is there anything I need to pick up? Why does it say... Oh, here. No, if you'll have me, I am there. You're doing this again next year? That's such a good idea. Okay, where is there things? There's something here, apparently. There's something here. I can't pick anything up from here, I don't know. Oh my god, Paige, you gonna be on my team next year? You're gonna be on my team. Where is this little baggie? 3 meters this way. 2, 1. It's not here, is it? Bugged. Group picture. Oh, hold on. Come in. Oh no. You be on my team next year. Paige, you're gonna kick some ass. Amazing. Such a great party. Okay. I'm not full yet. Almost. Let me open the sticker pack. Oh, hold on. Was that one of the stickers that I still needed? I only needed 2. Sticker collection. I'm gonna have to go on the underground and trade because it's bugging me that I have 2 left and I can't. Sticker collection. No. Damn. Okay. Let's see if there's some more Ogapoo, some infected Ogapoo or Elderwood clams here. Yes, perfect. Did you speak to Georgie about Focus joining? I really had a good time scrimming with him this weekend. It's really nice to have someone confident on the team. So, some survivor, a confident survivor. And his call-outs are very confident and good. He knows his shit. You've spoken to barely anyone? No, I had a really... Oh. Well, fuck me, I guess. I had a really good time scrimming with him this weekend. Are you joining the coming week for scrims? Hold on. Let me get this one. Oh my god. You're teleporting? Oh my god! Annoys me. Huh. Where did it go? Can't see. I can't see. Any more clams here, guys? Unsure? Okay, okay. I mean, take your time. You got doctors? Get 2 moles checked out? Oh, shit. Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You want to be sure to look at that. Get it immediately checked. Good, 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 good. I mean, that's more important. I mean, we'll be here. Ah! Whoa, the way that I was hoping he was bugged, he's not. I'm not gonna... Is he gonna... He's a little bit bugged. I'm not gonna get this. It's so annoying. Let me get these mushrooms for my inventory full. Hold on, where's my dog? No, wrong screen. Pets. I guess it doesn't take every I just got my pet upgraded last week because of a quest I did to be able to... Where is he go? Come back, you silly dog! Come here. To take stuff home for me. So I'm still learning about that, honestly. But I guess they only take certain gatherables. I guess it can't carry... Why am I slow? It can't carry animals back. It just carries forageables. Okay, I think I'm ready to go home. I'm gonna run a quick ad break, take a quick bathroom break, and then we will be right back finishing the dailies and see what else. Hi Damie, thank you so much for hanging out. Did I miss a message? I'm sorry, gamer. Back to lurking. Oh, thank you for hanging out, Damie. I appreciate you. How's GTA? Have you rated out? Oh, you've ended. Okay. Well, I hope it was a good time. Oh, you stopped? Okay. I hope it was good. Yeah, always. Nice. Thanks so much. Okay. I'll leave you. Oh yeah, Lady Gamer. I don't know if you're still here, but this is my plushie collection at the door. Paigey, I don't know if you're still here, but this is where I started with my plushies. This is my rainbow tip butterfly collection, and then I started to make the shrine here. That's the butterfly, the rainbow tip butterfly that's at the top is the one that I got from a giveaway. I put it on the pedestal to annoy Loftus. These are my choppa. So yeah, I've got this, and then this is where I started my frog collection last week. And this is where I can't get in. The frogs have locked me out. Okay, this is where I started my frog collection. So this was from the plushie party last time. And I'm just gonna have to I'll water this. I'll have to make a new table maybe. For the new ones, the new plushies. I have one here. I'll put it here. And then I think my dog took the Rockhopper ones home. Does Loftus have a lot of plushies? No, because he only plays this game if I tell him that I need help. It's boring. He finds it boring. Fair enough, right? He helps me out when I have some quests and shit. And I gifted him some plushies. He has some. He has all the important big ones. Let me sell these frogs. Oh, let me show you my gay fish. Paigey. It's my gay fish collection. And I bought them a pool, but they don't fit. I'm sad. And so are they. These are my gay fish. Look, they're gay. And I love all of them. But the pool's too small. It took me about 7 weeks to get all the stuff I wanted instead. My house on my lot. Yeah, I mean, you have to make decision, right? Iconic love it. Yes, it's good, isn't it? I'm happy. Okay, we'll put this stuff in here. I might have to sell it later. We're gonna do the ribbon. I'm gonna do the fishing. And I need to find... Ah, I have 8! We got 8 new Rockhopper plushies from that. Wait, do I have a table? To put them all on? Which table looks nice? Ravenwood dining table. Okay, I like this low table. And an Umbran table. Maybe. A lamp? Nice. I could put another lamp on there. You have the one of them and the other gay one? The dragon. I have it as well. This is the normal one. Oh. Problems. Oh my god, more problems. It's here. It has a cauldron. It's cooking, I think. You're installing failure. You've convinced me. It's a bit of a grind at the beginning, but once you get a little bit comfortable and you get your tools and stuff, It's really nice to play. Yeah, you and we can play together. Let me join this organized frog beat up shit next time. I'm smack him. Yes, Paigey, I'll help you get in. Alright. Quick toilet break. I'll be back. Back. Right, tables and frogs. Let's see if I can fit one of these here. Yes. Excellent. This is not where I want it. Hold on. Here. We'll put the plushies on. One. Something's in my way. Is it my dog? Oh. You can only fit 2 on here? Let me change this candle from here to here. And let's see if I can fit another plushie. Yes. No. No? Yes. I mean, ideally a little bit back. Okay, this will have to do. And I think I'll put the other table here, maybe. I'm never going to be able to go back in there. There. I still have 5. We got so many frog plushies today. Huge. Oh. I put a table there, but I never put any frog plushies on? I mean, it's a little bit out of bounds. You can't really see it. Okay, last one goes here. And then we'll put the lamp. Oh, it's big! Okay, put the lamp on this one. Turn on. On? Yes. And then maybe we'll move this to here. There. Now we have a little end. Oh my god, the mermaid chair is in the way. Nobody asked me why there's a mermaid chair here, okay? I just put it here because of the reason. Okay, so much. Oh, and I'm gonna put this pet away again. It's always in my way. Okay. I think. Oh. We had some... Do I have coins? I have one. Then we had... Yes, we have these. Box? No. Present? No. Wait, what is this? Wait, I need to hang these up. These are for my achievements for collecting everything in the Elderwood. Let me put them up on the wall here. That's for all my bugs that I caught. And for everything in Kilima. This is from all of the unique animals that I managed to catch. I got a reward for that. Okay, let's see if there's a plushie in one of these bowls. Grain mill, variety shovel, repair kit, butter. Fuck my life. Okay, where's the shovel gonna go? Does it go on the wall? Yes. With the Christmas decoration? If anybody wonders, do I care about decorating in this game? I do not. I just get stuff and I put it places. There. Oh, good. Now, I would be an animal if I would put the coffee grinder not in the kitchen. So, let's do that. Oh, it's huge. There we go. We're gonna put the butter away. And then we're gonna make our way to the fairgrounds. I think I can collect my wishes and I can make a new one. And we may have to look in doing a Chappa hunt. Before the Lunar New Year event ends. Could be Tuesday, I'm not sure. Could be next week Tuesday. Honestly, I'm ready for some new monthlies. I could do with an update, with a Palia update. Get my my bundles and stuff. Okay, lucky coin first. And I think I can do this ribbon thing even before it opens at 6 PM. Let's open this. Arrows. The disappointment in my voice. And at the right we see a quest, networking patch update. I need Palium bars, glass panes, and the Will-O-Wisp rock hopper. I have not 100. I have a lot of those. They're an epic frog, but when I do catch them, I don't sell them, so I should have at least 11. Hi, Mikey. Welcome in, GG's. How was your tourney experience? Good to see you. Happy Sunday. Were you with Lel? I'm sorry, I don't know the teams by heart. Oh shit, I have a problem. No, I'm not catching neither. The unstable sables? You lost out by 8 seconds. I didn't see all of the match results, but oh my gosh, that is insane. 8 seconds? No way. Nah, there were some amazing plays yesterday. Such good teams. I've seen amazing killer plays. I've seen amazing survivor plays. It was huge. What are you up to today, Mikey? Yeah, GG's to your team. I think I can collect my wish. Yeah, the quest. So I do have a lot of the Will-O-Wisp rock hopper. Pink ribbon. Oh, I'll collect this first. Exactly. OnlyFans deserve the win. I was watching them and I was like, damn. Yeah, there are some juicers on there. That was Sparky's team, right? I mean, that's the way you want a final to be, right? I mean, yes, it's annoying that you lost. I get that. I mean, I was gutted after our first round, well, games, because obviously we had to go again. But yeah, it was very intense. I was up till 4 AM. I could not rest after that. I stayed on for some games. I had a lot of chats with some of my gamers. You know, just trying to process everything. It's really, I find it a very big impact. It's a very impact on me, my brain to do a tourney like this. I just get so invested in stuff. I mean, it says something about my willingness and my level of commitment to things. But yeah, the processing with everything, you know, whether you win or lose doesn't matter. It's something that I always like. The winding down from it is something that I always struggle with. You could barely breathe. You were shaking throughout my... Yeah, I can completely understand that, Mikey. It was very intense. I forgot about the fish. I need to get the my daily fish. Where do I fish? Here. No, this is a river. I need the ocean. I need to keep going. Hi, Fowler. Happy Sunday. Welcome in. How are you? I'm good, thank you. I'm good. We're just chilling today with some Palia. We played a very cute demo of Moomintroll Winter's Warmth at the start of the stream. Why do I always select this when I need a rod? Which was a lot of fun. It was very short. It was very brief, but it was fun. And now we're just chilling on some Palia and kinda hoping that Loftus shows up. So that we can play the Bird on Gnomes. And otherwise we'll do it next week. Oh, a ray? No issue. We can play it anytime. This is one epic ray. Oh, makeshift? Oh. Makeshift furniture. Was I on the glowworms? Ah, nice. This is exactly the fish that I needed for my daily. I think. Yes. Okay, we've got the eel. Get the rewards. We've got the sturgeon. Did we make any progress? Yes, we did. On the rift. Does it say here how much time I have left for this? Guess not. Why? Am I robbed? What did we get? Makeshift chopping block. We already had that. Envelopes and money. Where are we at with the weeklies? I need to... honestly, I think I'm going fish. Okay, I need starfish. I need 4... Okay, I need to hunt and I need to mine. The hunting thing is best in Bahari because it's easier to get the bonus from the teamwork, because there's more animals there that take more than 1 hit to go down. Also, oh, never mind. Mining. I don't exactly want to use... No, it has to be mining together and probably the silver or the gold. So I also want to do that in Bahari. Let's bring this stuff back. And then make our way over... to Bahari. Oh, I want to complete this quest as well. Let's see. The platinum bars, the glass pane. What are you up to today, Fowler? Are you gaming? You just chilling. Gamers, next week we're collabing with Games Aid for charity. We're gonna be trying out some new games. There's gonna be a Steam sale for cozy and wholesome games. Where's my plot? For any game that is purchased, a portion of it will go to charity. I might bring the ore compass, not gonna lie. Okay, platinum, glass. I should have all of that. Oh, platinum. I don't have a lot of that. I needed 3, I think. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Relax, play some 2v8. Helldivers. Nice, excellent plans. Excellent plans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'll make some more. And then the will-o-wisp. I have 11. Perfect. Return to Ziki. Okay, let me make some rock. Ah, I have rocks. I'm making more. Because with rocks, I can make glass. There we go. We get that going. Oh, you don't make it with bricks. Yeah, that's fine. I have plenty. Platinum. I do have platinum, so maybe I'll make some more bars as well. Oh. How much does it take? 5 for 1? Probably. Platinum requires 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have a lot of this. I'll make 3. I need to remake my tool because it downgraded from the Essence Party. I'm trying to think what the best way is to get some more silk. I mean, let me water these plants before I go. Maybe a honey lure at the beach? You might also buy new Resident Evil. It's looking good, Fowler. It looks amazing, it really does. Oh, did this get completed? I think so. It's a little buggy. Maybe I reboot? I reboot. Mm. I think I need to think about some food as well. Because it's well past lunchtime and I did get up earlier than I was expecting. Any news from my husband about dinner? No. Okay, off to Bahari. So, I kind of always trick the system, right? Because I do a lot of Palia solo, and a lot of it is towards working together, which is wonderful, but sometimes you're just solo. And one of the weeklies is to hunt in groups together. Hold on, I need to change these to spell arrows as they're gonna do my head in. To hunt in groups together. Now, I'm alone. So either I have to find people that are hunting, or what I do. These deer take more than one shot to go down. So this is a single. When I find these brown deer, I shoot them once with my arrow. And then I stick around on this server, you know, I'm just doing other stuff, collecting other things, doing other objectives. And then this one has already been shot. Look, look, look. If someone else shoots the deer that I'm shooting, it's gonna count as a collab. So that's kind of how I do that. Now, I want to find that deer that already was shot once, because that means it's gonna count as a collab. Not this one. Where did that other one go? Because I saw that someone had already put an arrow into it. There we go. That counts as hunting together with someone else, even though I'm solo. Let me get some iron here before it disappears. Oh, I hear someone mining. Hello. Are we mining together? Because Come here! I need to mine with someone. I'm following them. I've not found the way yet to... Oh, he's got an ore compass on. Hold on. He's looking for gold, this guy. He's... Shit. Nice, that's a collab. Where are we going? I'm with you. He doesn't know, but we're together now. Oh, float tree? Okay, we partner. I've not found a way other than actually... Oh my god, I kind of need that. Well, he's gone now. Where are we going? We shooting something? What's the plan? Smoky... Smoked liquid. Nice, that counts as a collab. Where are we going? This one? He doesn't want to collab with me. I'm annoyed. Usually when you see people... Oh. That join you on... Hello. We're friends. See? It's okay. You will notice that... Oh, we're going this way? Is he trying to ditch me? I'm annoyed. That they realize that you have an objective and that you can complete it together. This guy? He's focused. That thing is not dead yet. This one? Nice. Yes! Thank you! I think that's all I needed. Big game hunter. Ah, I need more flow trees. And I was gonna go get fish. Okay, good. Excellent, excellent. See, someone shot my deer over there. That's gonna count towards my collab as well. So that's a kind of a little trick that you can apply. And otherwise, like what I just did, you just stalk someone until you get your objective. You just stalk them. Large gold. EF2 flared. EF2. I'm really close to that. Let me find this flare. This way. There it is. Large gold. I'm going in. Excellent. Nice. And it gave me my gold rush. That was 13 gold that we got from that large gold. So I don't have to bother with my ore compass. This is iron. I'll take that. And then let's go get some star quality fish for the cooking achievement for the weekly. I need to cook several dishes, and usually I just grill my fish because it counts towards the cooking weekly. But I can also use it to make worms for my fishing. So I try to combine those things together. Let's see, I'm not picking up the shells this time. I only want the oysters, because we're still looking for black pearls. I need to think about lunch. What am I gonna eat? I was kind of hoping my husband would text me if he's going out for dinner tonight, because then I could just order sushi. Eat half of it now and eat half of it tonight. I'm gonna give it another maybe an hour before I do that. Hello! Happy Sunday! How are you? Welcome in. How's it going? You're alive? Did you sleep? I slept 5 hours since after we hopped off. Did you get a McDonald's? Don't say yes. I'm gonna get jealous. I had fun playing the Rivals. I might get back into it. Even though I didn't play for like 6 weeks. We played yesterday for an hour and a half and now I want to play Rivals again. Insanity. You didn't? You just cooked bacon and egg sandwich? Nice. Good. Better. Bacon egg sandwich? I'd eat that any day. Ah, Rheosaurus is live on Palia. Oh my god, that's huge, Paigey. You guys are gonna have so much fun. Let me know when you, oh. Hello? I think we're playing Palia next week on Sunday. If you get through the first quest, we can totally game together. I can maybe help you guys out, get some things. Teach some things, if you want. Of course, if it's fits the schedule. We can decide last minute, literally. We don't have to plan anything. Heatroot F4. It's kind of far, I think. Let me know if you're ready to play Gnomes Loft. No rush. I might still want to grill some fish. I told Tony we're playing today on his stream last night. He's like, that was a really good game. It's gonna be a lot of fun. You and Loftus can carry me and Rhea? Yes, Lofts! Paigey and Rhea are in Palia now. I showed Paigey my plush collection. And now she's sold. And she jumped in while we were doing a frog plushie party. The beating of the frogs. And we got like 9 plushies. And she was like, oh hell, I gotta get on this game. And then she said, how many plushies does Loftus have? I said, he's got all the important ones. He's got all the important plushies, it's fine. That's all we need. Gay fish? Yes, he is gay fish. I gifted him a gay fish, didn't I? They've nerfed them. There was a time where if you go fish for 30 minutes, you had like 6 gay fish. Not anymore. I think maybe also people had enough. Because if you're trying to complete your fish collection, and every 4 rods that you throw out, you get a gay fish back. It's like, come on, I just want a fish. You don't play this anywhere near enough to have a good collection, but you've got all the important ones, though. The beating up of the frogs. I think I need one magical animal still. I kind of want to get it. I only need one more. I don't have time. How many fish? 5, 4, 6. Okay, this is exactly 6. No, I need more. More fish! Hold on. I need to check something real quick after this. Because I do have tourney practice today for 2 weeks with the Women's Guild. We got our schedule, by the way. It's an interesting setup. It's a very unique tournament. 5, 6, 7, and 5. I need more. Hey, loot pile. Corn. Oops. Great. It's just what we needed. 1 corn. I thought it was getting another recipe, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. So the tournament setup, there's a lot of teams, right? All of the guilds have a team participating in the DBD tournament. We have people from the Latin guilds, the Pride Guild. Obviously, I'm representing the Women's Guild with Sunny and Anner, Evo, and Jazz. And the way they've set it up is every killer of each team plays 1 game against another team. And then you get points. So it's like Sunny who's gonna, I think is gonna kill for us. Damn. She's gonna go at 6 PM in 2 weeks against the Swift of another guild. And based on her game, she gets points. And then I think it's 2 or 3 hours later, it's my team, the Swift, the survivors, against a killer of another team. It's not the same team that Sunny's gonna go against. It's another team. So everybody plays 1 game. So Sunny plays as killer, we play 1 game as survivor. Yes. And then it's point based. So the top 2 survivor teams and the top 2 best killers advance to the next day. Yeah, well, I've said unique, Loftus, to keep it wholesome. So there is a chance that nobody from my team advances. There's a chance that Sunny advances on her own as the killer of our team to the next day. Or there's a chance that the survivors, so my team with the survivor side, advances to the next round without our killer. So anybody that advances, based on the points, will play again on Sunday against another team that's advancing. How many fish? I can't keep count. I'm still uneven. What's with the... How far can I go? Okay. Lenny! Happy Sunday, welcome in. How are you? How was your 2v8 game? Sorry, I was not in a mood to be chatty in stream, but I was there, gamer. I was lurking. So basically, you need to be me in the team. Totems for no reason. Just like points as in blood. Oh, points in actual tourney-wise. That's a really good question, Paigey. I'm not 100% sure. I think there's going to be a point system. So I think it will be points from like gens and escapes. But I don't know that they've published rules, and they definitely haven't published maps or killer pools. There have not been picks and bans. So yeah. How did the tourney go? It was a great tourney. It was really, really wonderful to be a part of it. It was very there were some crack gamers out there. We had a rough time because we played our game and we won, and then we had to replay it, which was very stressful. And when we played it through the second time round, we lost, and it was a very big thing. There were a lot of people talking about it. There was people in people's chat talking about it from our team, from the opposing team. We were talking to the mods on the organizations team to get everything sorted. Yeah, at the end of the day, we didn't get to advance to the next round. There was a misunderstanding about the rules of the tournament, which resulted in decisions in game, which in retrospect would have been made differently with potentially a different outcome, if that makes sense. We Slay from our team discussed it with Chucky Enjoyer, and originally it was us, Survivor team, that had to replay. But there was a disadvantage, right? Because the perks were already revealed and everything. So I think the decision in the end was it would be fairest if both teams replay, which I think was the most fair. It was unfortunate for everybody involved, both survivors and killers, to have got in that situation to begin with. It was very stressful. I can speak for myself. I was stressed out the fuck. I played worse in the second game than I did in the first game. I'm not saying the result would have been different. I'm not saying it wasn't fair. I'm just telling you my experience from my point of view. I was very stressed. I was a lot more stressed the second time round. I put a lot of pressure on myself, and yeah, I ended up dying on top of the hatch with no hooks. It was very frustrating. It took me a lot of time to like process that, but at the end of the day, I think the tournament was a great success. We've raised over £1,000 for charity, and there were some amazing crack gamers that took part in that. So that was a summary of the tournament. You can 1,000,000% teach me just to be BP hunting. I mean, I might want to know about that anyway, Paigey. But I think potentially for this one, there is going to be like a point system. Let me make some fish. worms. Very good. Excellent. You had a good time. You're enjoying DVD again? That's wonderful, Glenny. That's huge. You're lost, but I will not like I got it. It's yeah, it was just a misunderstanding about the rules that resulted in the different decisions. It had to do with slugging pages. So imagine one killer going into a game thinking they are allowed to slug, and they got a really good result that included a slug, and the other killer going in thinking I can't camp, tunnel, and slug, and then the result is the result, and then looking backwards saying, wait, was I allowed to slug? Maybe I would have played differently. That's kind of like in a nutshell. Still did wonderfully though, regardless of the second result. We live, we learn, and it's for charity. Yes, you did a good job. Don't beat yourself up. Well, I do. I appreciate your kind words, and you're 100% right. But I'm just very tough on myself, generally. All right, let's sell this stuff. Loft, are you ready to game? Or what's happening? What we doing? Wait, do I have to sell more stuff? I had more frogs, no? You are? Wonderful. Okay, let me... No item found. Oh, because it's called a rock hopper? Oh. Maybe here? Oh my god, I have 250 beetles. Let me... let me sell these! I don't need that many beetles. There we go. 180? Nah. Okay, I'll keep this. I'll sell these. You know, I always push myself to, you know, be more. Try harder, especially now that I'm getting into tournaments. I want results, you know, for me. All right, guys, we're going to switch games. We're going to play some burglar stuff. Like, what? So on Monday, during my Monday afternoon stream, Loftus tags me and it says, did you see Skirm stream this silly little game? And I was like, what? No, I don't know anything about a game. I went back and I watched the VOD. And it was funny. The game's called Burgling Gnomes. And we're gonna play it today. It's a demo. And it's funny and it's scary. Do I have sound? Not yet. I have sound, but you don't have yet. Okay. We're human, we will be ourselves. And I will say as women are harder for ourselves. But trust me, you did wonderful. Even if it sucks, be proud that you gained new knowledge, new insights, and did a wonderful thing for charity. Yes. Thank you, Paigey. That means a lot. And you're 100% right. You are 100% right. Let me see if I can get this game audio sorted. Game capture, game audio. It could be this, because I don't know what else Nomium would be. Do I have to... Oh, I clicked the tutorial, apparently. It was very... Do I have to play this? I already saw what I have to do. Oh, no. Main menu. It was very bloody and visual at some point. Graphic is the word. be mindful of that, okay? I saw a gnome get decapitated because of they found a knife. There's guns. It's bloody, but it's funny. Okay? Just be mindful. Host game. How am I gonna get you in here? Settings. Close. Resume. Hey! Is this you? Hi, JMO. Welcome in. Is it me?
Hello.
Hello. Can
Oh,
you hear
wait,
me?
I can't see. I'm blind. Hello.
Hello. Look at you. You look ready and everything.
Hold on, because my mouse is all over the place. So
yeah, me too. It's very sensitive, no?
Yes, very, very. There we go. I can turn now. Hello.
Hello. Hold on.
That's a very
Ah,
impressive
better.
beard you've got going on there.
Yes. Why are you twitching like that? What are you grabbing? How do you grab stuff? Oh, okay. Okay.
Are we
R.
grabbing? Oh, what's this?
Where? I'm on fire! Save me! Save me!
But why you're on
We're-
fire?
we're
There's water
both-
there. You put me on fire? Oh, you bitch. You've killed me.
Sorry. Well, we're off to a great start. If anybody's wondering,
Oh.
it was your fault.
I
If
fell.
anybody's wondering what I mean with graphic, it's it's this graphic. You're not putting me off the side. I will. Come
I
here.
can't pick you up. Oh my god, you must weigh 20 stone. Get off me.
Come here, gamer. It's time to. No, you're coming. Look at me. You have to lock in. Lock in.
We're
no,
locking
no.
in. We're locking
no,
in.
no, no. You're
We're
pushing me
locking
up.
in. We're locking in. We're locking in. Oh, hello.
Let go.
Hello.
Let go. I'm
Get
not pick-
me
No,
up.
I'm not picking you. Let go. Come here.
Get me up.
Oh.
Oh. Hello.
No, your arms are missing.
You could just knock them off.
It's here.
Oh. There's my arm.
Okay, so this is how it begins. It's rough. Okay, I think you guys have game audio.
Now, what do I do? Where do we go?
Okay, I'm stuck in his mouth. Why am I stuck in a mouth? Can I crouch?
Crouch.
Yes. Okay. What happens? Craft? Can't afford. Okay, that's fine. I think we go into a mission, right? Come here, Spirit. Oh no, there's friends to invite.
The bell.
You-
The bell.
Bell!
the
Start game!
bell.
Start game.
Well. Oh.
There we go. Okay.
We fell.
Do we have missions? And where can I see them?
Press tab.
Okay.
Steal canned food.
Steal canned food,
a
stab a
rat.
rat, tase a human, steal a slipper, break the TV. Okay. We're going in. Oh my god.
Let's go in.
Can I run and walk? Yeah, okay, so shift. Where did you know why you already know? Hello. Where are we going in?
They think you have to go in through a window.
Yeah, on the side or something, right? If the cat comes, I'm not saving you, by the way. You're just speedrunning this without me again, aren't you?
Look at this gnome. This
Do I
fake
have-
ass gnome.
Can I throw him? Nah,
I
maybe
don't know. I don't know how to grab him.
R. I'm two. Oh, maybe he's stuck. No. Okay. What's here? Oh! How did you climb? And
Just walked up to it.
No!
Hello. Come in. Oh, I fell.
You're such a dickhead. Okay, I'm in.
Oh, you're in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Okay, we're breaking the TV. Oh, this is a cat toy. The vacuum is dangerous. And it's
Let me find
right
this
here.
vacuum. It's coming straight at us. Right.
Gamer, if the owner puts me in the oven and you don't come for me because you can't hear me on voice, we're gonna have a problem.
Wait, I found a frying pan.
Can you throw it at the
It's
TV?
with it. Yes, there's a TV.
Oh, well, this is broken.
Where's the TV? Hey, there's the TV.
Who's talking? Okay,
There's
I
a
help.
ball on the floor.
Yeah, that's for the cat. The cat's gonna come and bite us.
How do I pick it up properly?
I don't know.
It's very heavy.
I think you just go and swoop your mouse, no?
Can I push it off?
To do the TV.
Yeah.
Oh.
Micah!
No!
Get off it!
No! If he puts me in the oven, please come save me. If he puts me in the oven.
No! Get off her! Get off her!
Okay, he's just throwing me. He's throwing me. Throwing me. It's fine. It's fine. I'm coming back. No, I'm coming back for you. There's no way to treat a lady. Okay. Cockroach is in the bedroom, bro. Ew. Oh, he's not here. He doesn't hear me. Okay, what was my objective? Steal a slipper, break the TV, steal canned food. Where is the slippers? Where could they be? Do I... Okay. No, no. Oh my god, he's naked. Crazy work. Wait, is Loftus dying? Do I have to save him? How do I know? Loftus! Are you safe? 10 minutes left.
10 minutes left.
Are you safe? Okay, I thought you were in the oven. He's in the bath. Oh, he's taking a shit. Where's his slippers? Wait, he undressed. Maybe I can find his slippers now? Is it in here? I don't think I can open this. Okay, no slippers. Bro, what is this game? What am I watching? Hey, you did something! I'm looping, hold on. Where are your... No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Where are your slippers, mates? Cockroaches, man. Did he grab the gun from here? If he shoots loft, he's on his own. Run! Run, run, run. Okay. Loftus! Is he following me? Loft?
Hello?
Hello, what you doing?
Hmm?
What's the task you completed? It said you completed a task. Did you find a taser? Brooks.
Hello.
Hello. He's smoking cigarettes. Did you find a taser in here?
No, I found a knife, but
That knife is dangerous.
I can't pick it up. It's heavy. I stabbed
Yeah.
the rat with it though.
Did you? That's the objective. You killed the rat. You're so strong.
Oh.
How do we break the TV?
I don't know.
Human in the kitchen.
Ah! He sees me on the top. Yeah,
Brett?
you better look at you. Come on, let's have at it.
He's gonna put you in the oven. Don't have such a big mouth.
Guys, scared of you, look?
Don't come here. How do I... Can I even climb up there?
Hello.
Hello. How do we climb up thing? Because there's like stuff in here, but I can't...
I just jump.
I keep going under.
In the bedroom.
There's nothing there. I checked. What about these drawers, though? No.
Oh, up there.
Oh no. I don't know how to get up. Maybe we should have done the tutorial. How do you... How do you get up there?
I jumped.
But I jump and then nothing happens. What's in this
Come
drawer?
here, look. Oh. Nothing, the drawers are empty.
Oh. Nope.
You know what? You try. Oh, I fell.
Sorry for the ad break, guys. We'll be right back. I apologize. Please bear with. Thank you for your support. Oh!
Don't go through that mouse hole. There's a human at the other side. 5 minutes left. What are we gonna do? I haven't found a taser. I don't know how to break the TV.
Yeah, I don't know anything. The vacuum is almost gone. Oh! He has the gun! He has the gun! I repeat, he has a gun! Oh, he's so gonna shoot me. Oh, you need CPR! Where? No. You need CPR? Where are you? In the bed? Are you in the bathroom still? Did he pick you? Where were you? I don't know where I left you. Oh, you were in the kitchen? Jesus. Okay, I'm coming back. Listen, there was a man with a gun, okay? Yeah. Okay.
You see, that cat's a little bit evil, isn't it?
Nah, I'm dead as hell.
Fuck that cat.
Okay. How do I okay, we're back. Okay. We're going in. Hello? Yes, he said yes. I can't ring the bell. Oh no, I'm on fire again! No, please! Save me! No. Ah, misery.
Now, how did I die?
The game, the timer. Love died to the timer. Well, we both died to the timer. We died to the timer, gamer.
But you know what? Dumbass game.
This was your idea. That's why I couldn't start it. I think because the timer was up. Yeah, it's a demo, Pagey. The demo is free. You can get it right now. The game's called Burgling Gnomes, and yeah, we're all waiting for the release of the full game. But this is a free demo that you can play. Yes. Okay. Are you dead already?
It broke my legs.
Look at you crawling. How do I save you?
You don't. I think they just rejuvenate themselves. There we go, look.
There we go. Look at him. He's so strong.
Broke my legs, didn't it?
From just loading into map, you already broke your legs.
Well, apparently.
That's
I got
wrong
sensitive
on
bones.
so many levels. It's wrong on so many levels. Do you think we can... Ah! Different places to go in this time.
Yes, let's go in, yeah. You have a pool table this time. Hey! There we go.
There we go.
Hello!
Hello! Okay. Is the objective the same? No! Gather plasto. Break any item. Break items. Break items. Find more glass things. We break it. Look at him going at it. What does plasto mean?
I have no idea.
Oh, the oven. I'm telling you. You're downloading it right now. Good idea, Paigey. I think it's, do you want to hop in, Paigey? Do you want to try with us? I think this is better. I broke things. I'm breaking all the coffee. I don't give a shit.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, this jumping is getting to me. How?
I just jumped.
Oh no! I'm gonna pay the price for you breaking stuff! I'm looping. Hold on.
Oh my god, he's gonna fuck you up.
No.
Look at him!
No.
Come on, Michael Jackson.
I'm looping. You can't get me. No. Come get this. Do something! Tase him! I'm in danger! I'm off the scene, me. Hold on. I'm looping. I'm staying here. Palia saves itself. Yes, Paigey. Excellent gaming. I'll catch you later. The map changed. Nice. Is he chasing me? I don't know. Oh, it's not very easy to drive. Okay, I've already had enough. Can you only pull stuff? Hey, there you go. I had a hard time driving it, so I stopped. It does not
He's
very...
got a gun, you know.
Yeah, I know! What was... we need to break 3 more things. Flood the toilet. What if we throw this in the toilet? What if we throw this in the toilet? Okay. Come on. I'm in the toilet. Scroll, adjust the range. It's not doing anything. I'm scrolling my life away. He shot you! He shot you? Shot you? That is hell. I think that was the door ringer. What do you... The ring... That clocked me. I don't think that was anything on purpose. I think that was for the door. Roach... Did that roach just bite me? Okay, can I throw this in the toilet? Let me... Oh my god, he snuck up on me. He took the robot! How am I supposed to put it in the toilet if he takes the robot? I mean, I wasn't putting anything in the toilet anytime soon. What? Cat! Alright. Paigey, are you hopping in? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Did the timer reset or no?
You let him shoot me, you know.
Listen, you are getting yourself in trouble.
You let him shoot me.
Stop touching me! You're going off the side again!
Oh, am I? You're not going off the side.
No. Go in the fire! No! Paigey, save me! Oh!
Oh. Oh.
That was the timer again, right? Or did we just
think
kill
so,
each
yeah.
other? Do I? Hi!
Hello.
Put him in the fire.
No.
Then stop pushing.
I'll put you in the fire. Hold on.
No, no, no! I'm not going in the fire, gamer.
Yeah, I'm going
Oh.
in the fire, gamer. You're going in the fire.
That was very close. Paige is on fire!
Paige is in the fire.
Oh shit!
Dead as hell.
Oh shit! Can we save them? Don't. Can we? Oh. Love this. Paigey, don't step in the fire, gamer. Don't step in the fire. Don't do it again. No, we're not going.
Yes, get in the fire. Get in the fire.
Lost in the fire. Yes. No, Paigey, you stepped in the fire in your excitement of love to stepping in the fire. Don't touch me.
Now she's dead as hell.
Yeah.
They bang the bell.
Yeah, we need Paigey though. Okay. We're going in.
I think we need a new method of travel because that's a bit dangerous.
It
that.
is, okay. Gather Plasto, steal any item from a hallway, steal, break the television, shoot a rat, flush an item down the toilet. We have no idea, apart from breaking the items, what we're doing.
Oh my god! If you
What?
hold tab and click on the object, it tells you what to do.
Ah, gather resources is done by stealing items. After an item gets successfully stolen, we'll retrieve the item and bring it to your hut. But like steal...
Plasto is gained from stealing plastic items.
Ah. Toilet. Yeah, I know what a toilet is, game. How is he on here already? I'll just do groundwork, okay? Hi, my Joe. Welcome in. How are you? Fuck that then. This plastic? Nope. Vacuum? You're good, wonderful. I'm glad to hear. Thanks for the shouty and Sketch's stream yesterday after we'd given him some shit. That was good. It was deserved also. I'm coming, I'm coming. Nah, he just throws you outside, you'll be fine. Was that Paigey? Of course, anything for you? Aw, thank you, Joe. Thank you, my Joe. I wanna wait here. I wanna wait. Did I check all the cabinets? I think I did. What was the objective? What is he stealing over there?
I found plastic.
Oh no, she's going in the vacuum! She's
Oh my
in!
God.
She's in the vacuum! Paige, come here! No, Paige! She's...
How
How-
do we save her?
I don't know! Turn off! Paigey!
There we go.
Don't do that! She's in a vacuum. Slipper! We don't need slippers this time. Steel plasto. I think... Hey, that's Plesto. That's definitely Plesto. Let me steal this. Oh. I think that roach bit me, you know. I found this and it's not breaking when I throw it, so I think it's Plesto.
Throw it down. We need this.
Throw it down what? Who died? What? Can I revive you? Everyone is alive. Okay. Do we need more? Because I have one more. Oh no! No, 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 no! No, no, no! We've done a task. It's brilliant. Gather Plesto. Okay, 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 okay. Wait. Ah, it's here. I threw it on the ground already. Who is this? Why do they look so strange? Everyone is alive. Okay, we need more tasks. Steal any item from the hallway, break the TV, and kill a rat. No, 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 there's no way. I'm already outside, old man. Ah. Oh no. No, 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 don't take me inside the house. Yes, cut him with the knife. Is he throwing me? Okay. Throwing is fine, I think. I think if he throws me, it's fine. Just as long as he doesn't put me in the oven. Look at them. Being professionals. Paigey, you're doing so well. Who is that statue? Is that helping us? Or
Yes, yes, it takes our stuff back.
Someone's gonna get yoinked. Oh, they flushed an item down the toilet. Okay, we need one more item from the hallway. Who was that?
No, it was Paige. Paige just went for a trip.
Okay, we need one more item from a hallway.
It's over here, I see it.
I don't know how he does it, the climbing. It's annoying the crap out of me. Because if I press W, as in... I
It's
walk.
awkward, isn't it? Oh! Mate, I've already broke my legs. You don't need to do this.
Oh no, no, where's he going with you? No, 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 you're not getting chucked. What's he doing? No, 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 no. Oh no, no. Oh no, I don't know what I can do to save you. Are you dead? Can I save you? Are you coming out the other end? Cindy, happy Sunday, welcome in. Loftus just got flushed out of the toilet. Hello, you're fine?
MV Brave, MV
No!
Brave.
These cockroaches, they bite me, I'm almost
STVNTY
dead.
subscribe to your channel for 13 months.
Stinty, thank you so much for the continued support. 13 months, let's go.
Okay, we've got to shoot a rat, but where's the gun?
Yeah, we have to find it before he gets it. No, we need 3 to teleport back. Oh, he has it gone. He has it already. No, 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 no! I'm going down the toilet. Hold on. Natty, good to see you. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the daily dog treat. Who was that, by the way? Was it Loft or was it Paigey? All right, let's do the toilet experience. Ugh. Alright, I'm fine. Where am I? Ah, Paigey, I saw you. I watched you get shot, gamer. I'm sorry. I'll come revive you. Hold on. If I ever find my way back to the house, I have no stamina, by the way. I'm running. Hold on. Stinty, enjoy enjoy the ad previewing, the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. We'll spin the wheel in a second here. I have to go get Paigey. Did you both die? Hello, Paigey. Oh, there he comes. There he is. He gets yeeted. Oh my god, he chucked his head on the... I don't even know what that was.
He has the gun?
Yeah. So, if we find the taser, I think we can tase him and then take it off him. But it's a bit of a stretch. We don't have time. Do you wanna... I mean, I don't care. We can just... we're so small. We don't stand a chance against this guy, Stinty. Where could the taser be? We're just gonna tase him. Yeah, the long arms is so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's a free demo, Stunty, if you want to try. I don't know if it's new. I found out about it on Monday. Cats! Oh, shit. Well, he's not gonna die. We just need to take the gun off him. Then we shoot him, then he dies. Yeah, it's a very gruesome game, Stunty. I mean, you watched Paigey get shot earlier, but it's kind of silly, kind of like silly. How?
Micah, can you open these drawers for me?
Yes. Which one?
The ones over here. Yes, these ones.
this a drawer? Hello? I can't reach. How? How does he do
Okay,
it?
wait.
He just knows everything.
But there's nothing in them.
It's somewhere. It's gotta be somewhere. What's in here? It's a fan, no spoon. Sometimes it's in the back of the drawer. Like, you go in and you find it at the back of the drawer. Holy hell! He's just throwing everything up. I fell!
But you know you don't fall.
Anything. Don't throw it on me. Where's Paigey? Do we need to save her? I keep
I don't
snapping my
know.
arms, the toilet, trying to block it. Stupid
I already
roach
blocked the
biting me.
toilet.
We already blocked the toilet, Paigey. How did you... Did you check inside the drawers? I don't know how to get up here. I'm so annoyed. Out of time! Get to the tornado! How do I get out of this house? Oh, I'm taking the long way around, aren't I? Like... No, 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 no! Run! Someone got yeeted in. Oh, you got escorted? That was you? Nah, this is a funny, silly game.
Hello.
Hello. We got some stuff done. That was good. Where is the wheel? There we go. Stinty, thank you so much for the continued support. Let's spin the wheel here.
I could craft things.
Yeah, because we did a mission and now you can make stuff. Like boots and things. Oh, the glitch glasses. I'm gonna go with the big... What are they doing? Stop it! Dickhead. He's just whacking everything. Yeah, it's gonna make it harder to find. I'm gonna wear these because the glitch glasses is a DVD thing with Adam and I don't know where they are. I need to find a place to put them. You need to stop doing that! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Oh. Let me give you some CPR. The tree swallowing you?
It's holy hell. Stop it! Here.
One for the road.
Craft. I can't make anything. Can't
No,
afford.
you used it all on my smacker.
Oh my god, get him off of this game. Okay, we go in. Yeah. Stinty, you might be onto something.
WB. Hold on. Where's she at? I'm gonna go smack her out, you know.
Yeah, you go smack a rat. Stop it! Paigey! I'm your friend! She's just whacking everything. Okay, what do we do?
We gotta gather Klung, shoot a human, tase a rat.
Okay, if we find the gun before him, travel through sewage system. Steal any item from the bathroom. Clunk. Gather. Yeah, okay. Clunk. Clunk is gathered from items containing metal. Okay. She's smacking the rats. Oh, good. Oh, he put the traps. Good job, Paigey. Paigey's protecting us. Bro, that guy put the, Why do you... Oh, no, he's coming. No, 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 no. Are you kidding me? No! No, no! Oven! Fridge! I'm in the fridge! Paigey! Save me! Save me! I'm tied up in the fridge! I'm gonna freeze! Loft! Come quick!
No! I just ripped off my arm.
You did! No, he's... He's only got one arm. Did you shoot? Did he shoot you? What happened? Hello? Yeah, I'm dead too. Good effort though on the saving. How did you die? Did he shoot you? He got that gun hella quick. Like, I don't know. Oh, the mouse trap. That was vile. Oh, I'm still in the... Wait, can I wiggle out? Oh no! No, he closed the door! Paigey, we're in the fridge together! No!
Well, you see, what happened then?
Yeah,
Like,
it's evil,
he
man.
took my
It's-
bat.
Yeah, you can't. You lose your stuff when you die. How am I outside of this? Don't put me in the fire, you stupid thing.
It's telling us what we failed.
Oh. The failure got to him. He
I
jumped.
jumped.
Oh, that's why we die when we get back. Nah, he jumped off the cliff in disappointment.
Apparently we didn't please the gods, did we?
No, we didn't. We have to go again.
Back to day one. Oh,
That's that.
I hate
he
the way it
has to
spits
stop
me out.
doing that. Yeah.
makes me dizzy, doesn't it?
Let's go. Let me shoot him in once I've got him. Yeah. We'll find this gun for you, Paigey. You take your time.
Stop the landing.
Steal a cigarette pack. Break any item. Steal any item from the bedroom. Kill a rat. Flush item down the toilet. Got it. I'm going in. All the doors are closed. Is it always like that? Do we have to wait for him to open doors? Do we have to wait for him to open the doors?
I don't know.
I can't get into the next room. Break things. Done. I'm breaking everything. Rats! Rats! No! Run! Rats! Biting! I'm so dying to this rat. You are dead. I'm dead. Yeah, the rat got
What did we
you.
do? We passed something.
The rat. Did you kill the rat? Look at his little legs. Break any
Oh, we broke
item.
the item?
Yeah.
Oh, this
Can somebody revive me from the house? But nice, Pagey. Break stuff. Somebody needs to revive me from the garden, please. I died to the rat. It was in the cupboard, man. Look at her run. She died from the mousetrap, no? Oh, she got away. She got away. Oh! It's spectating. Oh shit! Paigey! Loftus is in the fridge! Loftus is in the fridge! You have to go and save him! He's tied up in the fridge! And I'm dead too! Oh no! Oh no! She's still trying to break things! She broke her legs trying to break things, y'all. She broke both her little legs. Meanwhile, Loftus in the fridge! No! One second, guys. Paige, Loftus is dying in the fridge. What is she doing? She's so busy. Jill, happy Sunday. Welcome in. How are you? Sorry, I'm just eating a snack real quick. How are you? Thanks for games last night. That was wonderful. Thank you.
Yay! I was in the freezer, wasn't I?
Yeah, I know. I tried to tell her, but I didn't think she heard me. Good, your arms are dead. You have to carry so much groceries. Oh shit! But at least you don't have to worry about it now. Okay. Hold on. No, 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 no. No! No, he's gonna. No, he's gonna cook me. Oh, he put me in the oven. Love, please save me. I'm in the oven. I'm burning. Somebody get me from this oven, please. There he is. There's my duo. He's saving me. Please, please, please get me. I'm burning.
I got you, I got you.
Thank you. Oh my god. That's why you did it? Good, good, good. But yeah, that's a lot of heavy carrying sometimes. Did it say steal items from the bedroom? Hold on, let me steal the slipper. I'm taking it. It's mine. Yeah, they are crazy. But, like, I think gnomes is not a fun problem to have, though, to be honest, right? Oh, this vacuum. Hold on, I'm looping the vacuum. They're inside. Hold on, hold on. Oh!
Oh my god, how do I turn it off?
On the top, on the top! Paige, turn it off! Turn it off first! From the top, you have to turn it off! You have to turn off and up at the top, and then we can
I
get
can't
out.
turn it off.
No, Paige has to do it. It's like Mom used to read those scary stories about humans before bed. Yes, it's not. It's.
Oh, fuck me. I'm off.
Wait, now me and Paige are in here? How did we end up in this predicament? I was doing so well. Here he is. Thank you.
I got it.
Yes, well, good job. Oh.
Ooh. Did he get paid?
I think so. Paige, what did he do to you? You're not in the oven.
It's in
That's
the
W.
freezer.
Flushed. Okay, she's good. This is not the way out. This is not the way out. He's here. He's here. He's here. I'm taking that slipper, you know. Where is the front door?
This is it here, behind this door. Oh,
No! No, 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 no. Hello? He's here, he's here, he's here! Shit! Stop laughing and come get me from the fridge!
what are you putting in the freezer?
Paige is working something.
I'm caught in the oven.
Oh no, Paigey! My hero!
Oven here.
My hero! I don't know how to open this!
Oh my god, I'm burnt to a crisp.
No! Come here, I save you.
You have to untie me. Yay! Where's this? Wait, I need a gun.
He doesn't have it yet, so it's...
Ah!
Nice. Who died? The little statue is not here. Do I take it? We already completed this bedroom thing? No! Okay, one more item from the bedroom. Where is everyone? Hello? Are you guys alive? I killed myself with a bomb by accident? Oh, Paigey. I will revive you. Let's go. Did he grab Loft? Come. Of course. You saved me from the fridge, gamer. Okay. Item from the bedroom. No! Okay, bedroom. Bedroom is found. What item? Ah. This. It's gonna break. No! Okay, it's not broken yet. I'm taking it. It's broken now. And I got decapitated, or I just lost my legs. No issue. That door thing is dangerous. It broke the bottle that I was carefully trying to steal from the bedroom. Do we have any items left in the bedroom that could be stolen? It doesn't look like it. I guess we can't complete this. Ah! There's more stuff maybe on the... maybe over there. There's no way I reach this. Alright. Out of time gets to the tornado. Oh no, you're in the oven? No, I'm coming on my way back. I'm coming to get... What's he doing with his shoe? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm getting him from the oven. Hold on.
You're killing me, isn't he?
Come. No! No! Love to spy. Shit! Nah, we were so close to making it back. Oh no. Oh no.
Let's see what we failed on.
We
No, I
got
didn't say no
we
cigarette packs.
almost had the bedroom ones. Oh, we
Oh,
died.
it's gonna kill us.
Yeah. No way. Okay, one more go.
This high norm pisses me off, actually.
Yeah, I
Why
know.
did he get down there himself and do it?
Mm,
Not easy
for real.
being the little person.
I don't think you would know anything about that because you're hella tall.
True.
Mm. Okay. I hate the wet sound of the mouth. It's very graphical in all ways, isn't it? Oh, welcome to my world, Jill. Ugh. I mean, I know what it feels like now that I'm a gnome in a garden. Definitely. Okay. Let's go in. What do we do? Grabble, flood the toilet, stab a rat, tase a roach. We've not found the taser yet. Oh, your mic hates games like this? Is that why you can't speak in game? Because sometimes I feel like I can hear you vaguely. And other times I can't. You're terrible at this game. What do you mean? You're killing it with us. I'm so happy to have you. We're going in through the bathroom. I pushed you. Oh, mousetrap right there. No, we're stuck in here already. Shit, Benji. No. Good effort. It's already shit, Benji. I'm stuck in here already. Like yeah. I can't get out. I have to wait for him to open a gate. Oh, mouse hole. Good one. What's E? Nice, thank you. Alright, let me... Ooh, not step in that for one. Okay, I broke something. Oh, this is a really bad place for the mousetrap to be at. Nice. Okay, it's disarmed, right? Good. I have to... No. I loop. Hold on. Check spots. No. Okay. Out. It's quick. Okay. No, Paigey. Okay. I can't. What is this one been? I don't think this is. Okay, wonderful. Next. Oh, he's put them at every hole. Okay, how do I get out of the house so I can save Paigey? I can't get out. Loftus, can you revive Paigey? I just seem to be constantly stuck in the house. Broken. Can't get on here. Hello? I'm...
Hello.
Hello? Hi. How do you get... I don't think you can.
Well, get up there.
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, I know you can. I still can't. What's in the drawer? Throw something down.
Nothing in there.
Throw the clock off the side of the... Yes. Well, nice try. Did we need metal? Yes, I bring this.
Yeah, but how are we getting it out? Every place locked.
No, no. Is it not... Has it... Okay, maybe he can throw us out. Maybe somebody... He needs to throw somebody out the house? And then the front door is open? Hold on. Excellent. It has to be that door, right? He's here. Okay. I'm gonna let him grab me, and he throws me. And then he opens the door. Open 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 the door. Oh, I don't think he's going there. Kitchen. Kitchen. Oven. Oh my god, Luft! I'm in the oven and Paige is in the fridge. And he's in the vacuum.
You cornered me.
No. Okay, we go again. We go again. I can't end on this. We can't end on this. I'm going again. Oh, the fridge. Sorry, Paige. I didn't see your message. Yeah, I think we have to wait for him to open doors, honestly.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna kill us again, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, I flooded the toilet.
I was well on my way to breaking stuff.
Oh.
Okay. I'm gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna do it now before we go into the next game. We'll be right back. I apologize for the ads. I appreciate your support. Please bear with.
She don't apologize for the ad. She want the money.
I want the money. Okay.
Hey.
No.
Kids. No. Oh, you're evil. She evil. Worse than the high norm. This one. Get her. Get her.
No, get you.
Hee hee.
Damn. You have no arms.
Well, you have no life.
Ah, that's not true. I'm right here. Hey, what are you gonna do now? Oh, he has arms now. Damn.
Yeah, I got my arms.
I thought
back,
it...
didn't I?
Benji!
No, she's trying to kill everybody.
Run!
Hump the bit.
You're going in the fire, Paige. It's happening. You're going in the fire.
She went in the fire.
No, get away from me. Get away from me.
That's no it. She's back.
Oh, I've never laughed so hard in my life.
She's
No,
back in
she's
the
in the
fire.
fire again. No, Paigey. What are you doing, gamer? Oh, God. You guys crack me up. Oh, my God. All right. It's DVD all over again. Okay. Let's go. Where's Did you get him? He has no
Rip
arms.
my arms off.
I'm taking us where we need to go. Oh, my clipping's not working. Oh, I'm crying, you guys.
Wait a moment.
Alright. Flood the toilets, break items, steal items from the bedroom, and something about stab a roach. The knife was in the kitchen earlier, no? Can we exit through there, or do I need to find another entrance?
No, I can come through, yeah. Why am I stuck?
She already lost her legs, her.
Let me flood this way.
Paigey, you're gonna have to rethink your actions, gamer. Well, he already flooded something. I don't think I can get this from here, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, then... Is this the... What is this? Oh, the knife! Okay, hold on. Let me step her. Careful with that knife, Paigey. You be careful with that knife. She's missing a leg. Paigey, I told you this knife is dangerous.
Look what I found.
The knife is in here. What
The
is?
taser.
Oh! I mean, we don't have it. We finally where? Oh, yeah, tase him just for fun. Yes, they get him. Paige
Kill
is...
him, stop it.
Oh my God, Paige is cutting him.
It's just cutting the fuck out of him.
He's getting the full treatment.
Oh, let's see.
The taser has charges. The taser has charges.
Right, back up.
Yeah.
No, 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 no! I didn't even do anything.
Get off that.
Thank you.
Look at that. Oh, is he dead? Oh, he's back up.
He's jumping in. What was that scary sound? What does that mean?
Hitch just killed me.
In of enthusiasm? I'll come revive you. I want to kill a roach. Where's the knife? Guys, we needed that knife to kill a roach. Oh, it's here on the floor. Okay. How do I get out of this?
Pagey's in the fridge.
Oh shit, the fridge is your house? Ah, I love this. What happened to you? Where is this? Okay. No, 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 no. Oh, this is a dead end. This is a dead end. I loop. But hold on. Hold on. No, 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 no. Ah, now we're all dead. Okay, we start again. Bro, we had the gun, we had the taser, we had the knife. We didn't have the gun, but okay, I want to go again. I want to try and do something. I was so ready to stab the roach, guys. We had the knife right there.
Pagey was cutting the fuck out of him. Oh my god. Pagey's seen that knife before. Come, mate. Come,
Yeah,
mate.
fuck him up.
I'm guessing we can't kill him with a knife.
Oh, first we die. Inner London came out, she said.
All I had was, oh, wait, Pagey's cutting him.
Paige was cutting him.
Cutting fuck out of him, wasn't she? She had no issues.
Oh my god. Okay. London
She was
things.
going savage mode.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Okay, flush an item, steal canned food, break the television, kill a rat, tase a rat.
Okay,
Oh
you
my
find
God.
that taser again. Where did you find it? Was it in a drawer last time?
It was in the bathroom.
Yeah. Look at Paigey.
Now, what's she doing up there?
While I'm in the bush.
Oh, she's on the floor now.
Loft. They already flushed the toilet then. Oh, I can't climb on here. I don't know how to do it. Okay, I'm gonna have to travel through here. Steal canned food.
Have we got canned foods yet?
No, it's this is. Oh. I have something in my inventory now, but I don't know.
Is
what
there anything in these drawers, Mike?
I can't see that from here. There's nothing on the table.
Ah, you got me!
I'll save you. I save you.
He's gonna put me in the toilet, isn't he?
Oh, no, that's fine because you just get out. Okay. If you get stuck in that thing, Paigey, good job, Paigey, good job. Break the TV. She broke the TV. Excellent. Steal canned food, kill a rat, taser rat. just throwing it on the floor because I can. Oh my god, does he have the gun? What's happened over here? Oh, somebody died violently.
I'm dead as hell.
Yeah, I see that.
I shot myself.
Oh, you shot yourself? I can't revive yous. You shot yourself? Did you actually find the gun? Did you find the gun?
Yes, I found the gun. It's in the drawer, my
Yeah,
God.
your blood was sipping from that, man.
I don't know if it's got. I think it's only got one bullet, hasn't it?
No, it's got a few, but it says limited.
Yeah.
Oh. No, it's there. It's there. Shoot him.
Who's this? Paige! Paige is so ready. Paige, shoot the rat. We needed to shoot the rat. Don't shoot me. She's just firing away her. Okay, where's the rat? I didn't even press E. Did I? I've lost my arms. Hold on. I lost the gun and I lost my arms. Ah, here's the gun. Okay. Do I have to revive anyone? Or are you guys okay? Oh, my arm is right here. Guys, my arm.
I'm in the oven. Help!
Oh, oven! I didn't know. I thought you were in the bathroom. Okay, hold on. This is so difficult.
Ty, you don't have to jerk me out.
Oh, I did. The gun. Oh my god.
Oh my God, she's got the gun again, hasn't she?
Maybe he had it. Okay, we can. I found the knife. We can kill the rat with the knife. Drummer Witch, good morning. Welcome in. How are you? But we've not found the rat yet. Okay, the knife's in the kitchen. Where's this rat? Come here. Come at me, bro. Where's this rat? Oh my god, you guys are firing this gun every 3 seconds! What is happening over there? Where's this rat? Dorowitch, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. It's so funny. It's a free demo, Drummer Witch. If you want to give it a try yourself, it's called Burgly Gnomes. No. 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 Enjoy your daily double treat. Can I allow this? Thank you for posting, Lucky. I'm sorry for the link things. How are they still firing the gun? Is anyone dead? Do I have to save someone? Hi, Azzy! No. You're in the, okay. I'm coming. No! Well. I'm going in the oven! Where's Loftus? Loftus, I'm in the fridge. I'm in the fridge and Paige is in the Hoover. Okay.
There you go.
Fridge. I'm doing well, Azzy. We're having a lot of fun with this silly game.
Oh, it's got no bullets left.
Yeah, it's got no bullets left. They broke everything. They shot all the rounds. I don't even know what. Ezzy, how have you been enjoying 2v8? How is your weekend going? Oh, I'm yelling, apparently.
Shout out to AZEROUGHTV.
Loft, I'm in the fridge! Loft, I'm in the fridge! Oh shit. He's trying to get to me, guys.
Shit.
Glad to hear. Oh no. Oh, I was about to say this looks goofy. Weekend was good. Beach Requiem in one day, which was fun. Resident Evil, nice. Good job, Ezzy. I hope it was fun.
No way he put me.
I see a lot of people playing that, so I'm glad to hear it was a good time. Yeah, it's very funny.
Bitch.
Paige, I'm in the fridge! Return to your gnome home. Anthony, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much. Also, I can't believe my phone here. Explain that. Perfect, perfect. It doesn't matter. We found each other in the end.
AZEROUGHTV followed your channel.
No, this is the... Paige, I'm in the fridge. Now she's still playing with the gun. She's just stealing. Paige is so obsessed. She's stealing the gun. Paige, I'm in the fridge, please.
I think the odds are stacked against me. He's asleep over there, in bless him. Look at him. He's had an exhausting day.
Oh,
no.
God, here we go again.
Me.
Lotus is trying to save me. I'm dead.
Oh, I'm about to be charred, Norm.
Yeah. She's just doing her own little thing. Nah, it's a dead end trying to make it to the kitchen. The Hooper is there, the guy is there. She gets stuck in this. Watch. No, she turned it off. She's a professional. Rat! Kill him! Yes! Good job, Pidgey! He's dead! Pidgey's dead! Don't worry! Paige! She cut off her own leg in her excitement. That rat was dead and gone, and she just kept cutting. Save him from the oven! I'm dead! I'm dead, gamer. I can't be saved. Save Loft. He's in the oven. Yeah, I'm dead, gamer. I froze. Oh, thank you. Oven! Oven! I canned food! Paige's got her! She is on the mission! She's still going for the canned food, even though Loftus is dying over there in the oven. Unbelievable gameplay. This is... Sorry, let me clip that, guys. That is so funny.
I'm dead. I'm
Yeah.
done for in the oven. You just left me in the oven, didn't she?
Yeah. Unbelievable.
I
Paige
mean,
used to-
I
we
think
got a
we
lot
still
of
win
things
'cause we got
done.
3 out of 5.
What do we have left to do? She has to steal the canned food. She's gonna try again to steal the canned food. Careful decisions here. Look at me laying on the floor frozen like.
She's like, no, this orange sword is mine. Never mind. No, it's not. She's
Look
giving
at
her
her!
legs.
Look at her sprints! Oh, this is so funny. No, she closed the door on herself. No, Paigey. You can
Gets
kill him
pushed
if I
on
knock him
on.
out. Yeah, we did that. We did, Lucky. We tased the fuck out of him last game. Revive us, Paigey, at the thing. Is Paigey here?
There's no revives left.
Oh. Okay. Hello. Can you even hear me?
I can't
Ah,
believe
you
you
can
left
hear
me in
me.
the oven to cook.
Do you wanna see if you can
Rude.
grab the canned food, or do you wanna call leave? You can. Go for it. I thought you were on a roll. Yeah, it's out of charges. Unlucky, we died so many times.
The beard is very high definition, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Look at her go, guys. Oh, we're
Get
out
to
of
the
time.
tornado.
Yeah, I think we don't die though. I think we got a lot of stuff
No,
done.
I think we passed because we got 3 out
We
of
got
4.
3, yeah. And we almost got the canned food out as well. Paigey, you're a hero! Let's go!
She's doing spins in the sky. Look at her.
You you shanked that rat? Yeah, you certainly did. That rat was dead as hell, and you just kept stabbing it so intensely that you chopped off your own limbs. Yes. Yes.
She had to go frustration on it, didn't she? He seems happy. Look at him.
Yeah.
That's a smile of a happy man.
Hey yo, GG's gamers, GG's. Let's
Okay, I
see
guess.
this.
Who broke the television?
Paigey did everything. She
No,
did
I flushed
everything.
the item.
Yay!
Okay, level 2.
Now, who had the fucking? How do I? Wait, how do I? How does the bet thing work? Which button is it? You're not gonna tell me.
We don't
are
have
you?
enough stuff to craft it.
Okay,
Did
but
you, did you already
imagine
craft it?
imagine that
Oh,
we
you
had
press
one.
off. Right, you only press 1 and swing.
Okay, hold on. The
Hold
people who were
on.
swinging earlier. Huh? The people that were swinging at me earlier. You. He knows I can't
Press
get up
the
here.
bell,
You're
press the bell. Oh!
Hi, Vitor. Welcome in. How are you? How are you doing? Oh, you're at work. Get me out. Oh, I hope it's a quick shift, though. I hope it's fun. But I understand you'd rather be gaming, hanging out. It's good to see you, though. Thanks for stopping
Shout
by.
out to the tour.
Let me solve this. All right. Auto shoutouts starting now. Okay. Did we actually get level 2? Steal a clock, kill a human, flood the toilet, taser red, steal any kitchenware. Okay, we're gonna go again. This is the last round though, because I have to go play some DBD tourney practice. Hold on. Hello. What's up, AG? Yes, you're cooking. She's cooking, guys. I hear you. Hello, Yoo-hoo. Gonna lurk for now. Hope you keep having a lovely stream. Yeah. It's been so funny, this game. And it's been a really good time. Thank you so much for stopping by, Victor. Okay. Steal a clock. Taser. Steal any kitchenware already completed? Okay, I'll just go find the things then.
Stole a spoon.
Nice. Can you climb up here? He's already up. I'm so annoyed. Anything?
Yeah, a gift for you.
Yes. Who am I tasing? Hold on.
Taser
Taser rats. Okay, but we have to find the rats.
Let's go in the kitchen. Find a rat.
Yeah.
There's a rat here. There's a rat here.
Come.
The rat's off.
Come at me. No. I'm chasing it. Hold on.
We find another.
Another? No, I'm chasing this one. Hold on. Oh, man. I taste myself in the excitement.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Mina! What a way to come in. Happy Sunday. Yeah, he's naked. He's naked as fuck. What a time to come in. Look at him go with the little taser. Where's the rat?
Got away. Oh, what's happened over here?
Paigey, no.
Easy here. Hold on. Breathe. We'll die like this.
Yeah, you revive her.
Sometime today, I think she's done for time of death.
Yes,
never
let's
mind.
go. Saved. Okay, rats. The rat killed you? Was there another rat? Don't touch me, lady.
Yes, I was screaming.
It has charges. Turn it. The way Paigey was ready with that taser. Like a maniac.
Well, tase him.
No! She got away.
Oh, he's in the oven. Get tase him. He's coming.
Tase him? No, we need the charges for the rats.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a shit! Don't tase me. I have to save Paigey. Hold on.
You have to get out the oven.
Yeah.
He's back. I'll get him. Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's upset. You just... Yeah. Okay, what else are we doing? Kill a human? Do we have a knife? Well, we'll send Paigey in again. Should go London style on him. Yeah, this, it's been a very funny game, Mina. It's
I need
very
to find the
graphic.
toilet.
It's very graphic. Steal a clock. Any clocks? How are you feeling today? What is this? Steal a clock, kill a human, flood the toilet, tase the rats. Where is the rats? Where's the taser?
I've got the taser.
Okay. No rat in sight. No clock in sight. I don't know how to get up there. It's, This face fucked you? Damn. Oh my god, they found the gun. They're shooting again. Who has the gun? Who's shooting?
Help, he shot me.
He's got the gun. Okay. You went outside as well? Nice. Look, is it nice out? I've only been inside, obviously, since this morning. Come.
We can take the gun off him.
How? Tase him?
We have to tase him.
Yeah.
So I tase him. Somebody get the gun and shoot
Yeah.
him, right?
Yeah. I'm on the case. Come. We've got a plan.
Okay, we need to flood the toilet first.
I
Hey!
don't-
Yeah.
Where's the gun?
I got it.
Don't shoot him!
I can't, it's not pointed at him. How do you, hey!
Yeah.
I tried. I tried. Shoot him!
Yeah.
Did he get him? He clocked him! Did he? Thank you, Paigey. Did he clock him? Did you get him?
He's dead!
Wow. Okay. Good job. Alright, how do you guys flush something down the toilet? Bro, Loftus whacked him with the gun. I've not found any clocks. And I don't think we chased the rats. Is there a new rat? No! No, no, no! No! Oh, you... No! No! The rat! I'm dead. Loft! Loft! There are rats in the
pushing it
kitchen!
now.
I'm dying! No, I'm dead!
Oh, there's a rat.
In the kitchen! Tase him! Save me! Wait, I'm dead? Or can I be revived? Oh, there were so many rats in the kitchen.
Oh, what is that?
What is that? No! What's that?
Oh my god. What?
Paige is still busy.
Eee,
Oh.
look at it.
Oh my god, there's two! There's two! There's two! What are they doing? Oh, get me out of here! I can't leave! I'm gonna tase them. Hold on. No, no, no. Come with me. Come, come.
They killed me, didn't they?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm tasing him and I'm coming for you. Wait, the charges! No!
You're tasting them, are you?
Nah, you guys used it so much.
Micah, let's not, because I'm going to clip your little masquerade with the gun.
I clipped that too. Don't worry about it. That was funny as fuck.
You panicked like hell, didn't you?
No, I thought if it's pointed at him now, I just fire the fuck away and then something's gonna hit him. You literally did the same thing, gamer.
No, I didn't. I faced sideways, so the gun was pointed towards them as I told
Yeah, but you shot like 17 bullets to get it.
you went for it, you. You went for it.
Yes, I did. Flood the toilet. Paigey, we're dead. Are you flooding this and then coming back? Yes.
You need to put a lot in there, Paige.
She did. I guess not. Unsuccessful.
But look, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead as hell, him. She's kicking him while he's down. Oh no, their patients died too. Yeah, they killed us. Those little things killed the both of us. I've not seen these before. Oh, that must be because we're level 2. Now she's gonna come to
They're
this.
going up with the vicious.
We're gonna die in here because when we get in here we can't leave. And they're just smacking. I can't leave.
Now they just smacked the shout at you.
Yeah, I'm unconscious. How many bullets does that gun have? I'm shooting them. No. I'm looping. You take the gun in the bedroom. Shoot him. Shoot him. You got him. Let's go. Who was that? Paigey! London Paigey! Let's go, friends! You got him with the gun! Oh my god! This girl is on fire! Okay. We're clogging the toilet, right? Oh, yeah, the position.
Oh.
How do I put this in? Can you hand me... Oh, the towel there. Look at this teamwork. Oh. Get me out. Get me out. I'm stuck. Are you gonna flush it with me in it? I knew it.
Can you not get out?
No. Yes.
There you go. Okay.
Did we flush
We need
it?
a clock. Yeah, it's done.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I've not seen the clock. This cockroach is stuck as hell. But the little guys are. Did you die? Paigey? Shit. Okay, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Oh my god, they climb.
You got smacked up by little dudes. How annoying. We may have been at the max already. Out of charges, no! I can't bring Paige back. Paige, you were doing so well. Should we just go back? I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna raid out, Lucky. We're gonna end. Hello, team. I'm here. Can we... Yes, give me a summary, because we did it.
You know what? I believe we aced that.
Nah, we
We
did.
killed a human.
We were so close to tasing that rat, yo.
Yes, look, we did it. We did it. Look, it's on the ground.
Yeah. Awesome. Gamers, I'm gonna have to. You can keep going if you want. I'm gonna have to
Oh, God, no,
raid
I'm
out.
over it.
You're over it. Bye, Paige. Thank you so much for playing. This was a lot of fun. Yeah, this was hella funny. What an interesting game. I had a lot of fun. It's not over yet, guys and girls. I will tell you why. I'm gonna raid my friend Evo, who's in a tourney with me, and I'm gonna join them for DVD. And I think we'll have practice on her stream as well. I'm gonna grab some food, order my dinner, and then we're gonna go practice over at her. So we're gonna go raid. Love, thank you so much for the games. That was so much fun. I laughed so hard. Paigey, thank you as well. There we go. That was a lot of fun. I appreciate you hopping in. So it's not completely over yet. For DVD, we're gonna go hang over at Evo's, and then there will be practice. Please copy this raid message. We're gonna spam it in our chats. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks for chatting, chilling, lurking, gaming. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks everyone for the follows. Thanks for the stream streaks. Stunty, thank you for the resub. Snack, thank you for the raid. Miss Venture, thank you for the raid. Lake, thank you for the 100 biddies. Pretty, thank you for the resub. Taze, thank you for the resub. Thanks everyone for the support. If you want to redeem your daily doggo treat, do it now before we end, because that will be the last chance you get. So thanks for everyone for hanging out. There's been a lot of fun this Sunday. Tomorrow, guys, we're gaming in the evening. Charity collab with Games 8. We're gonna start off on some DVD and then go into the Steam sale. We're gonna test some games out. So come check that out. See what other funny, adventurous, wholesome, cozy games we can explore and maybe get some interest. And if anything, at least we get to hang out together another afternoon. So stick around over at Evo's if you want to see me play DVD over there with my tourney team. Thanks everyone for today, and I will be seeing you hopefully tomorrow. Take care. Have an amazing rest of your day.